Welcome back everyone to the Trovo Titans and to day 2 of our League of Legends ARAM competition. My name is Canafit, joined by Exodus today for day 2, just the semi-final and grand final stage remaining before we crown our second ARAM champion.
Yeah, it's not only an ARAM champion, it's the Howling Abyss champion, because for the people who didn't watch the show yesterday, this is not just Summoner's Rift. This is a draft pick on the Howling Abyss, meaning champions are definitely on a different meta and a completely different format, but that doesn't take away from all the fun and all the shenanigans we saw yesterday.
Absolutely, we've seen some truly amazing play from the very beginning of the tournament all the way to now. We started with 16 teams, now we're down to just 4 fighting for their share of a €2,500 prize pool.
Yeah, and the 2,500 euros is going to be diverse for several people, for several teams. What most important is all of these teams that are right now in the semifinals already do get a share of that prize pool. So they're already winners, they're just not the winner.
That's the thing, yeah, a lot of teams coming through today, we're losing out on so many of them getting up until this point, but even in the 3-0s we've seen so far, which honestly there've been quite a lot of, we've still seen some incredibly intense matches. So hopefully, just hopefully, as we will have 4 undefeated teams going up against each other here in the semi-final stages, we will finally get to see some 4 and 5 round games. Though to be saying that, we did actually see some pretty competitive games in our early going. But let's take a look at the rules of how things are going to play out today.
Yeah, mostly as we said already, the format is a little bit different than to what other people might be used to. For our regular viewers, it shouldn't be a surprise, but for our new viewers today, the map is not Summoner's Rift, it is Howling Abyss, also known as the ARAM map, and it is a tournament draft, meaning that there are bans, you can pick your own champions, it's not all random, meaning there are very different strategies that can develop, and obviously, like in every other format in League of Legends, you have but one job, and that is to destroy the enemy's nexus.
Yes, and that's a little tougher than it sounds, because we say a lot of time you will see the 1v1 tournaments on Howling Abyss where you only have to get the first kill or 100 CS. Very much not the case here. You have to go all the way through with your particular comp, which you've chosen before, as you said, and with all the bans thrown out by the opposition.
And then moving forward into the exact bracket to see what teams have exactly advanced, but most importantly, what can they win? Well, obviously the lion's share goes to the winner, who gets 900 euros and 90 Titan points, then second 440 Titan points, then third and fourth 220 Titan points, 58 110 Titan points, and 9016. That is the consolation prize, 50 euro to 5 Titan points. Obviously, everybody here gets something, but you want to have that 900 euros.
For sure. I mean, our teams, if you make it all the way through to the quarters, doubling their payout, and to make it to the semi-finals, doubling it again. If you make it through to second place, of course, you will double one final time, and even more than that to get to first place at 900 euros. It's a pretty tall task for any of our teams, but we know that one team will manage it. Last time round, of course, it was not asleep.
And let's take a look at our bracket as well to see what particular teams will be competing today. A lot of these teams have, at least half of them have already dropped out, but we still have 4 remaining. It is the Intimidated Bots versus the B team on our first semi-final. The second semi-final is Team 300, or the Spartans as I like to call them, versus, as you already mentioned, Pete, our previous winners, Not Asleep. Now, I do say first and second semi-final. These are very equal. They're so equal that these games will be played on the same time.
Alright, so that means we will be able to hop between. As one game ends on one side, there's a very good chance we'll be able to go across to the other. We have got a good spread of players coming in here today. Intimidate Bots representing, as you can see there on our graphic, Serbia. And then, of course, the B team from Spain will be starting off here today. Again, as we said before, these are all teams who are totally undefeated coming in.
Yeah, totally undefeated, and that is a little bit surprising. Although looking at the previous tournaments we saw, a lot of these teams do just go in undefeated. And talking about undefeated, not asleep. We mentioned this yesterday as well, but we keep on repeating it because it is so impressive. Undefeated last time in the Trovo Titans, they won exactly this format, and they didn't drop a single game. They are still on that win streak. So, okay, let me calculate a little bit. That is 6 games plus the 12 from last time. So that is 18-game win streak where they're just undefeated.
Yeah, that is utterly ridiculous. But as we said, from the very beginning of the competition, the players are just getting better and better. Even the teams which are getting knocked out in the first round are still giving us hyper-competitive matches. But to look into a little bit more detail as to, how the teams have been approaching this, so far, Exodus, what picks, because we know the teams can choose what they bring in, unlike regular ARAM, what champion picks are you finding most effective?
So, I want to address one champion first, and that is Morgana. Morgana has, I think, besides from one game, has been 100% pick ban rate, meaning that she is such a strong champion. She brings so much on the Howling Abyss. It is just the long-range binding. It is also the spell immunity. I actually think the Black Shield that provides spell immunity is stronger than her binding, which is weird, but it's so good to actually have somebody who can engage, and that is also something we've seen. Because we were thinking about poke compositions, we were thinking about particular teams, but as it turned out, all the poke compositions, they struggled. They didn't always lose, but they struggled more against some of these heavy engaged team comps. And compare these heavy engaged team comps with a Morgana Black Shield, you basically secure your engage because it literally becomes unstoppable. And after that point, all you need to do is pair it with other good types of fighters, other good follow-up. For example, long-range AD carries, or maybe even fighters that just can just go in, like a Riven or a Yasuo. Now, we've been talking a lot of League of Legends counterfeit, but I know that that's not the only thing you can expect here at the Trovo Titans.
Yep, coming up in November, the Brawl Stars 3v3 2,500 euro tournament. So exactly the same stakes as our teams have been fighting for today, but in a totally different game. You can see a little of the aesthetic there. There's still enough time to get in just a tiny bit of practice because it's all kicking off on November 6th, just a couple of days away.
And that's this weekend, so don't forget, guys, November the 6th to November the 18th, the Brawl Stars 3v3 tournament here at the Trovo Titans as well. And because we want to give everybody as much love, the prize pool is also the same. But I don't know Brawl Stars that well, but seeing that it's only a 3v3 tournament, well, you have to share it with with fewer people.
No, that's absolutely true. So very good chance to go in there. Honestly, from Brawl, having a little bit of experience with Brawl Stars myself, there is a lot of skill crossover there because it is kind of a MOBA style environment, though it's much more, it's kind of strange to say, but gamified than League of Legends would be, where it's more abstract in the battling, as you might expect. But anyway, back to things here today. So it's best of 5 action, which does mean that our teams are going to be able to adapt to each other. We have to expect they've been looking back over the previous day of play and seeing what's been working exceptionally well for each of these teams. You mentioned before that the Morgana with the Black Shield is extremely good. Again, any other picks which you're seeing as pick ban essential?
Well, there were a lot of picks that actually came around. Some of them went and came back again. I want to say something like an Ornn is something we discussed a couple of times just because it breaks the rules in ARAM. But also something like a Sylas is very interesting because when the enemy team wants to pick these very impactful ultimates, you can yoink them, you can hijack them. And because it's very much this ebb and flow, as I like to keep on calling it, because you have a lower cooldown on some of these ultimates and a Sylas has built-in healing, it means that the Sylas, when it comes to that last team fight that actually really decides the game, he can potentially pick 2 of these ultimates. And having 2 ultimates, especially some of these impactful ones, will make the difference in these later stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, of course, what we saw yesterday, the classic was Malphite's ultimates being stolen away and used better by Silas than it would be by Malphite themselves. I mean, to talk, I guess, a little more broadly then, in terms of team composition types, you mentioned before we were seeing some poke early on yesterday, long range kind of play, trying to make sure that you never get too close to the opposing side, but it really fell off as the day went on.
And that's because of, I think, another aspect in Howling Abyss that we didn't really mention yet, which is sustain. Some of these sustain champions are extraordinarily useful because there's not really a way of healing unless you have it inherently in your kit. Yes, you have the health relics, but health relics are more important in, I want to see the early to mid game, and I define early to mid in this particular format as in, between the first and the second tier turrets, when those haven't fallen, that is approximately the early and mid game. That's when the health relics are really important. But later, beyond that, that's when you don't want to go for an execute. When you know, because I want to shop, I need to die. And at a certain point, it's not worth it. You want to stay alive because the death timers are so high. You want to keep as many people alive. If you then, for example, have somebody, especially like a Seraphine, who provides both poke, sustain, and a good engage for the ultimate, that's literally the Holy Trinity. If you have those, then you can actually say, okay, cool, this champion is a jack of all trades that fits in all roles.
And that's so incredibly important. I believe we will have our first game coming up just a few moments away. So do let us know, of course, if you're here to support any particular team, or if you're looking for any particular picks.
And the first semi-final is Intimidated Bots versus the B team. And let's take a look at the pick and ban, what exactly they've gotten here.
Okay, so we're looking for those primary picks. Of course, we haven't mentioned Misfortune as of yet. Hugely impactful Lady Carry.
Yeah, that's one of those AD carries who's just, his ultimate is so good, and because she does pretty well on one or two items, because she can build lethality, it's a champion that has impact in that early game. And late game, because of that ultimate, because of the bullet time, and especially compared with Yamumu, as we've seen a lot of the times on Worlds as well, it is extraordinarily useful in the late game, and is literally an ult that can win. Don't forget, you don't need to go for the 5-man pentakill Misfortune ult. If you can just say, I can get a Varus out of a fight, I can just kill a Varus or a Syndra with one good MF ult, you shred through the entire team composition. You literally take away the most important piece.
So if we're looking at overall team here, for the B team, we do have, of course, the Curse of the Sad bullet time setup, the Amumu and Misfortune. We've got more crowd control from Lux and from Lirelio as well. And then we've also got Viego there with the reset power to clean up fights.
And that reset power is combined with the healing he gets from the passive is extraordinarily useful, because as we can see, Intimidated Bots has a few champions who can actually who have such a utility in their kit, something like a Syndra, but the Trundle as well, and the Karma actually as well, that not only do you use your passive effectively, but you also take over some of the utility from Intimidated Bots. And I heard we're gonna hop in game, so I'm gonna give it over to our announcer, Johnny B. Wild.
It's time for the first semi-final match of the day. On the blue side, Intimidate Bots from Serbia with a 6-0 record. On the red side, the B team from Spain, 6-0 as well. Let's get it on for game one.
Thank you, Johnny. Let's take a look at exactly what's happening already. Immediately, the B team trying to engage on the Strundle, and the level 3 shenanigans this time are going to cause some havoc. There's the Pillar of Ice really blocking away the B team, but you're blocking yourself as well, Trundle. And look at the other stolen pillar. This is exactly what I was talking about. Taking the utility from an other champion.
Yeah, this is, I think, the problem, with the double melee setup here for the Intimidate Bots, is they have to get right in the B team's faces. And as you sit there, if it goes bad, it goes real bad, and there's no real way out of the fight.
I get the Trundle and the Syndra pick, especially the Trundle is mostly it's a little bit of a duality in this pick. First of all, great at canceling a bullet time. Just save your pillar. As soon as MF ults, you just have that long range denial, instantly the CC. But as well, the Trundle can actually go toe to toe with these true fighters, with the Aurelia and the Viego, because he just has that damage output and he can use that subjugate. The problem, however, is, as we said before, you also give that utility, you also give the skills to potentially a Viego. So it's literally a feast or famine kind of champion, with the caveat that the ultimate you have the denial for the MF.
And what I am noticing here is we see a nice catch there. It's that Pillar of Ice is being power leveled by the Trundle to bring the cooldown down, while also upping the amount of slow around the pillar.
And especially that slow on a map where you can't really run anywhere is very well placed, because you know, if you can, for example, get engages like this, a Pillar of Ice would maybe execute it even better. There you go, that's a double kill immediately for the Varus, and even more poke, even more arrows. The Aurelia goes in, but does not get the resets, does not get the healing off of her Q, and that is 2 kills. I want to say even 3 kills for the Intimidated bots.
A really strong start for a Serbian squad. Let's see if they can keep it going. The Trundle certainly seeming to be the big complicator here against the B team, who so far are struggling. The pick power is amazing, but here comes Viego. It's reset city. We'll say it before, we'll say it again. B team, they get the chance to come back by cleaning up the kills.
Cleaning up these kills, also, but at the same time, you're also giving Intimidated bots sort of a synchronized reset with not their entirety of the team. And because you can have the members reset one of the other, because it's so early in the game, remember, this is only minute 3, your turret is not going to take too much damage. Remember, yesterday we saw teams take away turrets at minute 4. That has happened.
Yeah, and when that starts to happen, the snowball is hard to deny. You made the really good point before of, if you lose your turret early on, you lose access to your health relic. And when your team doesn't have sustain built in, that's a huge problem. As the tower dive goes a little sideways there, but we see the power of the pillar, particularly in that spot between the tower and the edge of the map.
The thing is with the pillar, yes, we keep talking about the Trundle pillar, but why it's even more effective on ARAM, this will sound logical, but it's very important that people realize this. In Summoner's Rift, when you use the pillar, you have a multitude of directions you can usually run into, meaning you have south, east, west, and most of the time one direction is towards the enemy is not the one you'll be running into. In Summoner's Rift, that is actually not the case. You can only run in one direction, one particular direction, which is back to your base, because that's where the safety is. Meaning if you put a pillar behind somebody, you've blocked that off, and that brings more utility on the Howling Abyss than it would on Summoner's Rift.
Alright, so we've gone through Trundle in depth. Let's talk a little bit about what we're going to expect in these next couple of fights. We're at level 6 right now, which means the combo power is online for the B team. Set up the crowd control, and then layer with the bullet time damage.
Yeah, we already saw one bullet time from MF, and you clearly see what kind of impact the champion can get. Here's the example. Bullet time along with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Immediately Trundle's taken down. The Aurelia goes in as well, gets their resets off, but gets taken down on her own. Maybe a bit too ham there. Luckily, you have the Viego with the resets, but he needs to be careful because the Unleash power will take him down and shut him down as well. Now, the Scatter the Weak not connecting with the locks, trying to find yet another tether. And the chain connects, the Q connects, but it's on empowered one. Ooh, good retort from MF there with the flash forward and the double up.
It does leave some heavy damage in place afterwards, but to touch back on that Syndra, we definitely saw yesterday that having Syndra on your team means you've got a reliable carry pretty much the whole way through the game.
That, and it's also a champion that can definitely snowball. We've seen how so many Syndras just snowball when they get a couple of kills, because it is a 5v5 here. You are forced to really stick in one spot, and it makes it difficult for this team. And we will have to wait and see how this particular game develops. But before that, I know that we will be swapping into, hot swapping rather, into another game as well.
Yep, so this will be Team 300 Keck Edition versus our former champions, Not Asleep, looking to try and reclaim their throne and make themselves 2 times winners. Up until this point, all the way through the previous tournament, as you pointed out, they have not dropped a single game. Perhaps it might be the one now.
Yeah, it's Not Asleep. I really want to see how they perform against this team, because both of these teams are undefeated, and Not Asleep, yeah, previous champions, but it was clear to me that in the previous games we saw from them, they are on a different level sometimes. They really play faster than the enemy team, and as you can see here, they just immediately collapse on some of their enemies, on places where you wouldn't expect it, or just say, we are faster in these rotations, and then you hear me say, what, rotations? On Howling Abyss? Are you mad? Yes, that's the thing. It feels clunky, it feels out of place, but there is such a thing as rotations on Howling Abyss.
Honestly, I'm kind of interested to hear more about this. I mean, so you've got a single lane. Normally rotations would be rotating between lanes, but how can you access this on Howling Abyss?
Well, what I mean, maybe rotations isn't the right word, but what I mean by that is they are reacting a lot faster most of the time, meaning that once a play should be made, the decision is usually made faster than the enemy team. A good example is when they see, okay, we gotten 2 or 3 members down, Not Asleep will immediately just push in the turret to get as much damage onto them as possible. Or as you can see here, they actually save some of their skill shots, so they have a combination, and it makes it more difficult for the enemy team, for Team 300 in this case, when they're clumped up together, to dodge these skill shots when you combine them.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really good about Not Asleep's play. You know, anytime they land down a single form of crowd control, as you can see that the Trundle is in play here for Not Asleep as well. I think that's actually a really, really good setup for the rest of the team to very quickly drop in all of their skill shots on a helpless opponent.
Yeah, because don't forget, what do you want? Do you want to fire 10 skill shots and 2 connecting over a span of 1 minute? Or do you want to have 5 skill shots connecting and 6 being fired? The end result is you just want to have as many skill shots connecting. And that's something that a good team should realize, where if you use your rotations, if you have good communication, you can have fights like this, where immediately as you want to engage, or you want to have a team fight, your Syndra just blows up the enemy Soraka.
And this is working so incredibly well for Not Asleep, because as we talked about before, with the turret being there, that's functionally a second Trundle pillar, which will allow for Not Asleep to control the space around this tower, right as they're doing right there, and pretty much hit Team 300's tower with impunity.
Remember when I said a couple of minutes ago, we have seen teams take down turrets at minute 4? It's minute 3. Not Asleep has put on the aggression so much on this turret, it is nearly gone. And I think this would be a record for today and yesterday if it would be taken down below 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and that has just been the case. 3 minutes and 24 seconds is the record right now of taking down the first turret.
That is ridiculous, but it's a testament to how well Not Asleep have been putting their strategy together. Team 300, they can see what's happening to them. It's right in front of their eyes, but they're still not taking the fight. They're being chunked down. Their tank, their Maokai, is almost dead before a fight even starts. Now it goes off, and there's nothing Team 300 can do.
No, and something Not Asleep has done and recognized here is not only did they obviously went for mechanical outplay, but they didn't go for kills until just now. Yeah, they had the kill on the Soraka, which was nice, but not going for kills means that the enemy team, Team 300, isn't able to go for resets. So it's 2 and 4, and after this fight where you have obviously the Maokai, and with the Maokai ult, yeah, Team 300 has a nice cleanup, but what are they gonna do? They're not gonna take down 2 turrets in these 9 seconds that are left for Aphelios to respond. Not Asleep realizes that it's not about the kills, it's about taking down these objectives, these turrets, as fast as possible.
Alright, let's go back and check in on our first semi-final, Intimidate Bots versus the B team. We do believe the game 1 is still in progress, so we'll see if we're going to get ourselves a first defeat in the semi-finals. Do remember again that all of our teams here playing have not lost a game in the competition so far.
And it's also a best of 5, so there might be a little swap in their trundle here. Yeah, exactly what I was talking about before. Intimidated bots also realize you don't need to go for the kills. You need to go for the objectives, because getting these turrets down early on is very beneficial. Now, this has definitely been a lot slower of a game. Remember, the other game, they took down the first 2 turrets in I'm going to say 4 to 5 minutes. Here it's minute 12, and this both of these tier 2 still survives as the Aurelia actually engages, but goes in way too deep and immediately gets executed.
It may have been a tactical int there for the B team's Aurelia after getting that quadra kill before. They certainly got a lot of money burning holes in their pocket. Intimidate bot's going to be coming back in with a full head of steam, though. If they can force a fight out while Aurelia is dead, and they can, this should be the bot's fight, but that bullet time is gnarly!
That bullet time did so much in that team fight. The Curse of the Sad Mummy was something that combined so well with it, and now you can see the Viego as well. He's so mobile on this map. He dodges all this damage with his passive, and if he takes down the Karma as well, he should survive this dive. Beautifully done. Now he just needs to wait for the wave, and now it means that this tier 2 turret from the Intimidated bot is going to be under a lot more duress.
That's a big take if they can get the inhibitor down as well, perhaps. Intimidate bots are coming out quickly, though, and we see how punishing it is to get caught by that pillar. If you're ever not looking out for the trundle coming in from off screen, then you're as good as dead.
Although, don't forget what the power of an Aurelia can be, especially with the Gore Drinker. Good Sinzao ultimate, actually delaying her to reset and making sure she's stuck on the wrong side of the map. That was really well done.
Yeah, it was really spectacular, and as well, with all of this crowd control being set up, you know, the pillar from the Trundle, the knockups from the Xin Zhao, it's such a good setup for this Syndra and the Varus to work in, because they can do their damage from long range and take advantage of pretty much any engage that their frontline sets up.
Right now, the B team under stress, under pressure from the Intimidated bots, because they know they can get some of this poke onto them. The one thing they need to be careful for is that wombo combo from the MF and the Amumu we talked about before. So as long as they dodge that, and as long as they don't take too much damage from a Syndra, sorry, not from a Syndra, but from a Lux, they should be fine.
Got those piercing arrows coming out. Of course, we'll be looking out for some execute damage from them later on. But right now, I like what we got from the Intimidate bots here. You know, we've got the two frontliners, we've got the utility of the Karma, and then the damage dealers who are indexing on physical and magic damage. This feels very much like the epitome of the Jack of all trades squad.
Yeah, besides sustain, their particular competition actually has everything that they need in their kit to make sure that they have all their bases covered.
Okay, looks like we might be switching across. Yes, we are, to semi-final number 2. So back with Keck, Addition, and Not Asleep. Let's see how things have progressed. And if we've had a Game 1 winner, looks like not, because we've got ourselves 60 kills in this first game.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit more accurate. Yeah, so this is Team 300 versus Not Asleep. Yeah, it can be confusing. I don't believe it. I was confused as well. I thought, wow, they have a very similar team composition. And then I realized, hold up, that's not the case.
We got Bamboozle trying to keep us on our toes. Not Asleep, though, looking to knock 300 off their feet. There's one tower left standing. That Trundle setting up again for the play. All that Not Asleep need is a few moments alone with the tower.
Yeah, Not Asleep, look at the mini-map on your right-hand side. They have not lost a single turret, and they're up against the enemy's Nexus in 9 minutes. They are playing such a strong and fast game alongside with young score, and as the supreme display of talent, this surely must be ace! And Not Asleep has won their first game in under 10 minutes. This is a team you should not be messing with. This is a team you should definitely be prepared against if you want to win the Trovo Titans.
Oh my gosh, that was insane! Not Asleep. I mean, they have carved out their path to the finals at Team 300's expense. We'll, of course, be checking back in them later on, but now it's time to move across to semi-final 1, where the game is just a little bit more even.
And a little bit more even, also a little bit slower, thanks to the grace of especially this tankier Trundle. Actually, Trundle was also picked for Not Asleep and did wonders there, but now comes the engage. Once again, Irelia needs to flash out, is not able to do the damage on these two bruisers, but she's taking a lot in the process, and it means that this is a 4v5 team fight. Actually, scratch that, Yamuma has also perished. This is a 3v5 potential team fight for the intimidated bots. And if they can push in, they'll definitely do a lot of damage.
I think they could make some pretty good ground here. We were discussing before for the Intimidate bots, the sustained question. You know, right now they've only got the Karma shields to keep them up. But it does occur to me that Trundle has got that built-in sustain when nearby enemies die. And of course, Xin Zhao, if you can get the hits on, which is, of course, maybe a little bit tricky at the best of times, he's got the built-in heal as well. So for the bots, they've got a front line that can at least partially take care of themselves longer term.
Something you also need to realize when you're the, I think most of these teams at this level at least do, don't just hit the minions for no reason, especially in situations like this. Also make sure that your bruisers can actually lifesteal. This is not a particularly good engage from the B team. I think both of them are going to lose some of their champions, but actually the Xin Zhao has been traded over for the Amumu. Now the bullet time is also being used. I think the Intimidated bots have lost, I would say, 2 team members. Yeah, I think they did, yeah.
Yeah, well, it means they're gonna lose the inhibitor right now. Death timers, let's see, it's 18 minutes in the game. This is kind of a late game for the Howling Abyss. The towers are getting chewed down. We can see the Misfortune is ripping through them, but she's almost gone. She is going to get taken out. The B team, I don't think they've got damage here to take the Nexus, so they're going to lose the fight. Aurelia trying to go and dance around looking for the Syndra, but it's hopeless there. Even with all the shields, all the damage, you can't 1 versus 4. And this means the Intimidate bots, they have another lease of life.
The problem the Intimidated bots now have is not winning the fight. You can clearly see what a Menace's Trundle is, especially with the Imperial Mandate. It's very tricky to take him down. But with an exposed and bare Nexus, I think the B team can just say, we don't need to win the team fight. We need to take down the Nexus. So we just push the wave into them, run up to their Nexus, and just hit it with everybody. And the chances of the Intimidated bots stopping us in time decreases.
So reset time, it does mean the B team can come back in with some of their gold spent from before. You can see the Intimidate bots. They're trying to pick their moment to fight. The big problem they've got here, of course, is that their Syndra right now is very low on health. So if they get aggressed onto at all, they're going to be killed or, you know, at least forced out of the fight before they can really get their damage going.
Yeah, the B team still trying to look for an engage here once again. Not finding it just yet, but once again, they don't need to go for a team fight win. They just need to go for a Nexus that falls, and the Trundle already being engaged on taking a lot of damage. That's Viego jumping in. It's 4v5 already. The Xin Zhao tries to get when it becomes lightning onto the backline, but it's not enough when he pops the ultimate, and it's clear. It's over. The Intimidated bots, they have not been able to stop the B team, and the B team, just like their hive, explodes in the bots' face.
I'm starting to think you may not be the very best beekeeper, Exodus, but that was certainly a strong showing from the B team there. I think we were seeing elements of what we were seeing from Not Asleep as well. The one that took longer for the B team to get the job done there. They were also, just like Not Asleep, extremely methodical.
Yeah, it's sometimes in ARAM, it's a slow and steady race. It is pushing, winning a fight, resetting, and when you're resetting with those executes, making sure that the enemy team is not able to push in fast enough, is not able to use your downtime when in your dead time to push their advantage onto structure. This is kind of what I said in the end as well. You don't need to win every team fight. You need to take down structures faster than your enemy team. And in the end, that will bring you to a position where, hey, we have 4 turrets remaining, you have none. Meaning our chances of winning just tripled, just quadrupled, just went through the roof.
That's a lot of chances of winning. We'll of course try to nail those down more specifically later on. But for now, of course, we took a lot of attention of the Trundle on the winning side in both of the games on stream, I believe. I'm going to be turned out to be wrong now. But were there?
Yeah, you are.
Were there any? Yes, I totally am wrong. Never mind. Were there any other picks that you were seeing in those other games? You know, maybe the Syndra, maybe the Soraka. Anything else you think was making an oversized impact?
Well, the Soraka we saw, but once again, we saw more from the intimidated bots versus the B team. But the Soraka on the other semifinal, yeah, it's a tricky champion because it's a champion that is good when it comes to long fights. When it comes to, hey, if Soraka can get a couple of heals in there, that's when her kit really comes online, when she's able to silence or interrupt at least 2 or 3 times. But when you're pushing that effectively, like Not Asleep can do, and when you're literally taking down the first 2 turrets in under 5 minutes, that's not a particular spot where Soraka can help you. Then Soraka is kind of a nuisance even, because you could have put something in your team composition that is better at protecting turrets instead of healing your own team.
I mean, it's a real force multiplier to have the Soraka there. You know, you've got to have something that's worth healing, that's worth protecting, because that's exactly as you say. She can do the poke, she can do the silence with the Equinox as well, but, you know, she definitely doesn't have it all in terms of champions. I'd love to see, you know, if we talk more about the AD carries in there, I think the Varus doing some pretty nice stuff. I'd love to see some more Jhin coming in as well, because again, we've seen how powerful it can be to have your damage dealers way out of the fight.
Yeah, range is definitely the name of the game for some of these AD carries. The Varus, not only with Lethality Varus do you have those piercing arrows that do a lot of damage, but you also have, when you go into the late game, when they're engaging onto you, those auto attacks actually do a lot of damage. Meaning when they're going in, they're already quite low. With those lethality auto attacks, like 2 or 3 are sometimes enough to get them down.
Exodus, it feels like perhaps we're getting a little too serious here right now.
Are we?
And perhaps we need to have a little palate cleanser because we've got a small delay before the next game starts. So instead of trying to guess which champion should be part of these compositions, we're going to try and guess who that champion is.
Okay. Now, last time these were a little bit harder, and production has assured me that they're still on the same level. But okay, I know who this one is, and it purely, I also know which skin it is, but it's purely because I play this champion a lot. So that's not fair.
It looks like a caster. That's a very caster silhouette. A female caster with some kind of vines, I would say. I don't know what else they could be apart from vines. Maybe 2 tails?
Maybe looking at the legs is something that is also important.
I want to say Zyra?
No, Camille. Coven Camille.
Ah, of course, the hooks from the hook shop. They looked very viney from over here.
They do, and it's weird because every time I look at the splash art from Coven Camille, I think, is this a Zyra skin? Because it looks like a Zyra skin, but it's actually Camille.
That was a good one. That was a good one to throw us off. I want to try and make sure before we go back into our next game, that I can at least get close to guessing another one. So let's take one more chance at the Who's That Champion and see if I can do a little bit better this time round.
Yeah, let's take a look at the next champion, and
who's it going to be? We might have seen this one yesterday.
Yeah, for our, we're not going to spoil it, but our audience, our loyal viewers should know who this is because we said it already. We also even said what skin it was. We'll give a little bit of a hint. KDA.
I will give a hint. They're using a scythe.
Yep. Small. It's a small person. Female.
It's who
there
I
we
am.
go.
Get used to it.
I think that's even the Prestige edition.
Yes, the very fanciest of fancy ones. So we got really thrown off by that yesterday because of having a scythe in there, which is normally only restricted to a very small amount of champions. So it looks like we will have a few more moments So just to make sure we've got one legitimate win before we go back in, we'll do one more go on the Who's That Champion before we get back into our semifinals. Again, apologies guys for the slight delay, but we'll make sure you've got something to do in the intervening time as... Okay, this one's looking a little bit more definitive.
This one is, yeah, I definitely want to say that if we don't get this one, the jokes will be on us.
Well, let's see. So we've got two very knifey looking things. We've got two kind of yodel-esque ears, and we've got some little bells kind of on the bottom. It certainly looks a little bit like a jester's outfit of some kind. Perhaps we're being thrown a softball here.
It's Shaco.
The joke's on you.
Oh, I even got the voice line right. Nice. I was not aware of that one. Cool.
Yeah, I think Shaco, unlike some of the other champions, doesn't stray dramatically far away from his base idea when it comes to his skins. You don't end up with, say, Shaco wearing a Draven head or anything crazy like that.
Which is weird because Shaco can... Actually, now that I think about it, Shaco can actually be one of those champions where you can go all out because it's a jester. So you can... It's a jester, it's a fool, it's a clown. You can do whatever you want with them. You can go wild, but for some reason they've just opted to, you know, given him a sort of another jester outfit, which is basically just a jester outfit. Shame on you, Riot. You should give this champion way more wilder skins. Way more wilder.
Here's a suggestion for you.
Okay.
So we know they've got jester outfits. How about if we take the Alien Invasion Heimerdinger skin with the big brain, put that onto Shaco, and call them the Suggesture.
Wow.
Call me right.
Wow.
That's the kind of premium content we're here for here today.
Oh, really?
So you know when you've done well in casting, when you can see you've broken your other caster who just doesn't want to be here anymore.
Okay, so can you... Okay. What were we gonna do again? So you called it the suggestion, or
the suggester? Yes.
I wouldn't.
Oh my gosh! All this time I've been waiting for that opportunity to arise, and finally it's happened to me live on stream. This is honestly a glorious day. So I think we will be getting back to our game relatively soon. So let's try and get back in that same mindset. In fact, there we go. Let's see, who are we going for? What, number 1 or number 2? B team not asleep. It's the bottom seeds so far who've done well. It looks like it's semi-final 1. Intimidate Bots versus the B team. Let's see what kind of lineups they brought out.
Okay, so Intimidated Bots definitely going for very much a front-to-back teamfight composition with the Ornn and Jinx layup. The Aurelia is something I can follow that engage. So pretty much a standard comp. The Jenna is also in there. The Jenna is in there as well, provides a little bit of extra in the form of when it comes to protection and when it comes to providing extra ED. But the Intimidated Bots, I'm looking at that Xayah, and that Xayah is so detrimental, is so crucial to how their team composition will actually function.
Yeah, and you know, they've got the Karma as well to protect, so that's what, we've kind of got different approaches here. So the B team, they've got a lot of shields, they've got a lot of area effect crowd control to keep the Jinx safe. Whereas for the Intimidate Bots, they've got the Karma shields and Xayah's inherent ability to hop up in the air and away from trouble, hopefully land behind a Braum shield, and make it very difficult for the B team to close the distance.
And closing the distance is something that they're going to need to do, because I'm looking at the Intimidated Bots. That's a team you do not want to dive. They have a Syndra with the Scatter the Weak, they have a Curse of the Sad Mummy, and then you also have the Braum and the Featherstorm. So the carry in from the Intimidated Bots is going to either be the Syndra or the Xayah. And not only do they have built-in protection in their own kit, they have a lot of other people, a lot of other teammates who have protection on their side. Now, on the other hand, the B team has Ornn, and that is one of the best engages you can have on Howling Abyss. Also, it's a team composition with the Aurelia and the Jinx alongside with an Ornn, where you can just scale out of control. Now, most of these games don't last too long, especially when you're playing against Not Asleep.
No, they don't at all. Both of these teams, of course, fighting for a chance to make it through to the grand finals and play for that €900 prize. They know they've got Not Asleep waiting in the wings for them, but right now, they cannot take their eyes off the opposition as there's that on engage.
Excuse me, as I told you before, Ornn one of the best engages here in the Howling Abyss, not only with his ultimate, obviously his ultimate as well, but that Q and E combination is something where you need to be fearful of, because the pillar he puts down it's an area, right? It's an area where he can knock you up in, and because this map is not as wide as Summoner's Rift, and because it is way narrower, especially when it comes to the turrets, then it becomes, as soon as he puts it down between the turret and between the other side of the wall, he's going to automatically knock you up if you are in that position. He can't really run anywhere.
So let's engage from the Amumu, of course, no level 6, so no Curse of the Sad Mummy. Surviving a good amount of time in the middle means it will be a trade across or close enough onto the Ornn. Bear in mind, of course, we're not looking at a game where we've got a lot of sustain floating around, so while the bots didn't get the kill in return, it's coming soon.
Once again, I want to highlight, I think especially when we will be jumping into the other game with Not Asleep, a sort of different playstyle between these teams. Here you can see it is way more poke focused and way more let's do damage to the other team, while in the other semi-final, in the first game we just saw, it was very much a let's push this wave in as much as we can. This is not the case with the B team. The B team is trying to get these kills in, trying to do more favorable trades instead of trying to get the turret down faster.
I'll be fascinated to see how the team fights work out later on. We can see right now that for the B team, the Ornn and the Janna both are on low health. But of course, the shielding and the Monsoon are good. Engage again from the Mumu. Ornn is close to dead. This Mumu is soaking a ton of damage, but it's not going to last forever. The Aurelia diving into the middle of the team will get torn apart. The Intimidate bots grab their first kill, but it looks like they're going to have to give up the Braum in exchange. No, barely surviving. Now the Intimidate bots of the squad with 2 walking wounded.
The Intimidate bots have actually made, in my opinion, have made the same mistake twice. It's where they try and focus on Ornn. Oh, Ornn is so low, guys, we can take him down. Yeah, but it's still an Ornn. Ornn is automatically tankier from the get-go. From level 1, Ornn is tankier because he gets more resistances. And we saw that. We saw a lot of people from the Intimidated bots committing on the Ornn, burning a lot of their resources, and if you don't get the kill, you get in situations like this where the Ornn just knocks you up, doesn't die, and then the rest of the team can counter engage like they would call the Forge God that went wide. But look at this, Jinx right now getting the resets in. That's 1, that's 2, and maybe even getting more with Pow Pow. The Zap does not connect, but the Ornn trying to get a once more of a knockup. The turret shot will say no to that one though.
We have got the B team able to make some ground in towards the tower, though. We can see the Syndra is almost gone, but Xayah going super aggressive. Gloomy Knight on the Aurelia, I think, is gonna drop here. It's extreme close range, means the bots are still fighting. We can see that Syndra is almost gone. Xayah, we'll have to be careful here. She is down to less than 1/3 health as well, as we are gonna switch across and check things out in the other semi-final.
I love how the B team is playing in semi-final A and Not Asleep is and they're not playing in semi-final B. I don't know. It's just okay. Let me quickly give you a fun little anecdote. I used to give camp. I used to give summer camp to a lot of young children, and they never wanted to be second. So I called it Team A and Team 1. That was the little trick I had, so none of them would be felt left out, because I mean both are just up there.
I will have to remember that one. But let's take a look and see what's going on in. Let's see. So the next game. So Not Asleep. They got that first game in a record time, and it looks like they're going to keep going for the Kiana pick for Team 300. They've got the Yumi coming in. That's a pick that's been banned a whole lot by a whole lot of teams.
Yuumi, definitely a pick you need to watch out for here. It is something that not only brings sustain, but also brings protection and doesn't really need to reset all that often. With Yuumi, as soon as you have one or two items, you're actually set for the rest of the game. Now, Not Asleep is actually finding themselves in maybe a bit of a predicament as the Ornn tries to get a kill, succeeding in it as well. But look at Team 300. Their both remaining team members are quite low, and with the snowball just not connecting, I think that Karma will be able to escape.
Okay, I'm liking what we're seeing so far. Well, I'm going to eat my words immediately. It's Not Asleep picks up another kill. Team 300, they're certainly less far behind than they could be. Of course, that Ornn will come in very later on. We have got the Jhin here, so we know that if Team 300 can set up a long fight, then that Jhin is going to be very far away from any kind of counter-engage like the set, where you let Snowball into the back line, but that's going to be another kill in for the Jhin. Always Ban Kane on the Jhin is getting a lot of extra money to keep pumping out damage.
Don't forget, with the Jhin is one of the few champions that, because of this range, is actually quite good at sieging very early on. Now, Jhin sieging, you're thinking, well, Jhin isn't really a champion to take down turrets. Well, yes and no. In the beginning, the fixed attack speed doesn't really matter because none of these AD carries have a lot of attack speed. Jhin just has more AD. And his fourth shot, he's one of the only champions that can actually crit on a turret. Meaning that when he goes for these fourth shots early on, it's something where you can just go, hey, look, we're pushing in. That's another extra bit of damage on the turret. We can do this a couple of times. And all of a sudden, that turret is looking to be quite low. Then again, when you look at it like this, 6 minutes in, and Not Asleep will take their first turret in this game.
It does seem like Not Asleep have gotten this far by just being hyper aggressive. Showstopper brings the Ornn back into the squad, and even while Not Asleep have got a lot of low health bars, they still know they can take fights if they grab one member of Team 300 and absolutely delete them.
Yeah, Not Asleep now also taking over all of the health relics from this particular map, meaning that they can heal passively with these health relics. Curtain Call is being used, trying to get somebody down, but Seth needs to take the brunt of this Curtain Call. Does use the True Grit to do a lot of damage. Kiana going in, getting a kill. Our Featherstorm being used to dodge the Call of the Forge God, but the thing it was, the Lux Laser there taking up the kill. Good snowball, and now it's Ornn trying to jump in. There's the set damage, but beautiful turn from Not Asleep with the Kiana and the set surviving and doing so much here. The Ornn will be taken down, and maybe the same can be said for the tier 2 turret from Team 300.
This almost feels like today we've got like an essay contest on the space between the tier 1 tower and the wall there. The Supreme Displayer talent goes through and stuns anybody who's standing between the tower and the wall. So that tier 1 space for Team 300, it's incredibly dangerous, and I would expect Not Asleep to try and take any fights they can just to the south, just where that ruined tower is right now, because that's where Not Asleep are the most powerful.
And the words of Kenny Loggins, when you're stuck there, you're definitely in the danger zone, and Not Asleep knows that, and you want to... What?
I mean, segways be damned.
Segways be damned.
Alright, so Team 300, they are all within this similar danger zone. Fortunately, this health relic will heal up additional health on low health targets, so we'll see if they can stay up a little bit longer. It's 17 kills to 10 right now. And let's go check back in. I believe we might have our other semi-final. Okay.
No, I think the other semi-final just ended as well in a 2-0.
Oh, I see.
We are very close to having our first finalist in the first semi-final. Now, in this one, it does feel that Not Asleep can't put on the aggression as much as they did in the first game, but they're definitely winning when it comes to, turrets, kills, and actually everything else.
Anyway, for T300, we are 8 minutes and a half into the game, and T300 aren't worried about their Nexus getting knocked over, so it's at least an improvement last time round.
The problem Team 300 has right now, look at how low their health bars are. Curtain Call is being used, Call of Forge God as well, purely to deter Not Asleep from engaging. But this is a stalling move, this is not a winning move, and with None of Sleep's health bars being so high because they can just keep go for these health relics, it really shows that None of Sleep knows how they need to play this map, maybe a bit better than the other teams. And that's maybe one of the reasons why they're able to still be uncontested for 17 games straight. Feathers from being used, there the Feathers get recalled, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, but this turret will go down.
A Team 300 with 2 members now on basically no health at all. This is the worst case scenario where your team is almost dead and the inhibitor is there for the taking. The Ornn's going to try and buy as much time as possible by moving away from that inhibitor, trying to wait for the rest of Team 300 to respawn.
He's mostly stalling time here. Is actually quite good. Flashing and trying to get for the kill on the Kiana. Ooh, and the fact that that did not work is bad news bears because you're so much behind, you're so much pushed back, and a flash on that tank can actually make the difference, especially with the showstopper being used. There is the punch from the set, and the Kiana will actually finish it off. This inhibitor is under so much duress, and I think Team 300 knows that this game is going worse and worse for them.
I think the set here for Not Asleep is providing a great demonstration of actually hold the phone on that one because we've got a knock-up coming in. I think just waiting to see if someone was going to die. But for the most part, with the exception of that last fight, I think we're seeing a demonstration of why these long-range compositions can sometimes struggle here. I mean, we've got Jin, who's basically dead, but they have got their ult coming up in a second, and they'll be able to apply that damage from extreme range as long as they don't get aggressed onto, which the set, of course, is the master of.
And now Set needs to be careful, still has his crit bars completely stacked, gives him a massive shield and massive amount of damage. There's a knock-up from the Ornn, no Falcon Punch available here, and there's the Jin now doing the long-range damage, and Not Asleep has finally lost a team fight, which is something Team 300 needs to capitalize on.
Oh yeah, really good from Team 300. They managed to keep going even when their AD carry was incredibly low. So we've got these supportive powers.
Here.
Yeah, well, they've got to get the tower down, and have they got? I don't know if they've even got the minions.
They don't have the minions, they don't have time, so it's very much a catch-22 for them again. They need to execute. So every time you win a fight, you're just throwing yourself off a cliff once again to give you recuperation time to not only get your health bar back up, but to also just spend the gold you just earned. And yes, they can do that, but they can't push at the same time. So either they need to stall out this game for so much longer, or they need to succeed in what they just did a couple more times. Also, we talked about the Ornn. The ornaments are still a long way away.
You can see that the Warmogs is ready for Team 300 to put onto that Ornn. They just need a little bit more time. Keep your eyes on the set. They've been the business starter for Not Asleep. They're buying a lot of space now. You can see how much the Jin is trying to stay away. Facebreaker just brings the Ornn back in. No stun. So far, Team 300, they're holding well. Syndra taking a lot of damage on the far side of the fight. But the set is getting chewed down. Forge God comes through. Among Us TFT getting knocked up and deleted. Not Asleep, they're going to try and go for the fight right now because they know they can't win if this goes long.
And Curtain Call still being used. The Forge Shot connecting with the Zaya. That's a huge AD carry down for Not Asleep. When Team 300 tries to finish off these stragglers, the Call of the Forge Shot has already been used. But they still have long range. They still have poke. The Jin has that Forge Shot available. Karma trying to get in, but needs to be careful that she doesn't take too much poke on her own. But once again, we are in the same spot as before. It's now even worse when the Karma gets taken down. Not Asleep knows that they can risk it all. And this Lux risks it all when her health bar immediately evaporates from the Lux energy. There, the Syndra also is just deleted from the game, and Not Asleep can actually push their advantage even further.
And for Clown Fiesta, the Ornn, they're trying to find a moment to build their Warmogs so they can actually get back up and be a meaningful tank for the team. Team 300, they've got 3 members who are almost dead. The Ornn is gone. No, don't take us away from the action because they're going after the Nexus Towers. Tower number 1 is going to be gone. The Karma trying to shield herself inside the bounds of the Nexus Tower. Supreme just player talent doesn't get anything done. And it looks like Team 300, they stayed alive. Facebreaker will grab hold of one, but the root will land. Bubble in return will continue to set up the play, which means I believe we've only got the Jhin left standing to make a desperation save. All's coming back up with the Warmogs, but I don't know if there's anything they can do.
Now you have a tanky Ornn, but can he actually dish out the damage to finish off all 4 of these team members from Not Asleep? Not necessarily. The snowball is being used to well effect, but how long? As Not Asleep knows that right now they have pushed Team 300 so far back, and these minions are on the Nexus. Set is also on the Nexus, and Not Asleep will finish. Oh! Where will they when the inhibitor has respawned?
What a day of execution for our German squad, Team 300. They've got 3 members up now. Nice play from the set to get outside of the range of the curtain call. Immediate tidal wave comes in to cancel it. And just as soon as we thought that was hope, Not Asleep squash it.
Not Asleep, well done. They played it slow and steady once again, and this means that Not Asleep is 1 game removed from being a finalist as well. So this has been this have been 2 very fast series. They're not done yet, don't get me wrong. We saw reverse sweep yesterday as well, but it doesn't mean that it will be the case. And obviously you want to be preferably in 2-0 than in an 0-2 position.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one thing we haven't seen so far in the competition is a reverse sweep, but we know it's definitely possible. It's going for a reverse sweep against Not Asleep, though. That's the biggest mountain you could possibly climb.
Yeah, and excuse me, while we wait for the other games to be set up, it does feel like the 2 favorites here, the B team and Not Asleep, so far will be fighting against each other. I want to say Not Asleep, not only mechanically better than their opposition so far, but also just plays the map better. You can kind of see it with the set as well, where the set we saw a couple of times yesterday, but it was being used purely as an engage tool, while the set in for Not Asleep is being used more and more to just have a way for them to push their advantage and should just have a sort of zoning tool. And as the set doesn't need to find a good engage, but if he can get the enemy busy for long enough, then he actually win the fight. Now let's take a look at the rest of the bracket. As you can see, bracket from yesterday has been completed already, but today it's still the B team and Not Asleep. Both of these teams still 1 win removed from being the finalists.
That means both B team and Not Asleep.
Oh, we just received some interesting info. And I was Not Asleep that wants to make their 1-2 finals a little bit more difficult. And they want us to pick 1 champion for their team. Okay, Counterfeit. Who are we thinking of? Do we want to give them a fighting chance, or do we want to really hammer it down on them and give them a very difficult one?
I am having a quick look on the ARAM records to look for the champion with the least win rate.
I think something like a Singed is horrendous in Howling Abyss. It is almost not playable. It's just a suggestion out there, Pete. Something we can do.
Yes, we're going to try and figure out. So the thing is, I think you could make the Singed work because you're throwing down the puddle, and I think everyone's going to step on it. I'm trying to think of who's actually bad. I don't know if we can actually find someone who's strictly terrible, but we might find someone who hasn't been played as of yet, at least.
I think I'm looking at lowest win rate, and it is somebody like a Quinn. It's actually quite low. So, actually, I know one of the worst champions, Elise. Elise on Howling Abyss is actually not a good pick.
Yes, I like that a lot. All right, so we're going to try and sabotage one of our teams. We're going to try and
sabotage Not Asleep. You need to have Elise picked Not Asleep. Yeah, they have asked for it. It's fine. I mean, it's of their own accord. We're not forcing them into anything. Not Asleep, we need you to pick at least 1 Elise. You can't really pick more, but you need to pick an Elise in your team composition.
I'm looking through to see who the other kind of ostensibly very bad picks are.
Yeah.
There's a bit
Shaco
of a
maybe
difference here
even?
between looking at champions that are normally bad in ARAM and champions who are actually bad in Howling Abyss, because our data is going to be a little bit skewed there by just people not knowing how to play those champions. So, for example,
Yeah.
Aurelion Sol
Cool.
is very low win rate in ARAM because someone who's picking them or someone who gets picks for them won't know how to play the pick. But it's a good chance that someone on Not Asleep would know how to play Aurelion Sol, therefore not making it a bad pick.
Yeah, one of the lowest win rate champions on ARAM, for example, is Azir. It's the second lowest one. But I can guarantee you it's a champion because it mostly falls into the wrong hands. Often mine, for example. But Azir in the right hands would be a very powerful pick. Now, I'm looking at other champions that might be difficult to play. Maybe a Rek'Sai, because yes, you have an engage, but besides that, she doesn't really do all that much. Let's take a
Melee
look as
carries
well.
like Tryndamere could potentially be kind of bad. It depends if you're getting ahead, and I suspect Not Asleep would be getting ahead quite frequently.
Something like a... Oh, it's difficult because there is a very low... There are only a few champions who are extraordinarily bad to pick, but it kind of depends on in what particular team comp and what champion playing against. For example, Mundo can be extraordinarily bad, but if you have a team around Mundo, well, then you just can't auto-win the game.
Okay, I think I know what the worst champion for Not Asleep would be. It would be any late game champion, because they try and win the game almost instantly. So anyone whose power is locked behind late game, like say Kayle, I think will be
Kayle or
particularly bad for them.
Kassadin, yeah. Yeah, Kayle or Kassadin can actually be particularly bad, especially the Kassadin, because with Kassadin and ARAM, you do need a long time to actually get online.
So for any of you guys who are just tuning in for us now as we wait for our next game to get set up with apparently our top team, our returning champions who are so cocky they will take suggestions from the commentators as to what to play. We are deep into our semi-final stages with our grand finals later on today, where our teams will be playing for their share of the €2,500 prize pool here on Howling Abyss. I mean, we have seen pretty much not every champion being played, but certainly most of them so far.
I think I want to say most of these champions. I'm actually looking through the list to see, with all the champions we did this summer and this year on Trovo Titans, which ones haven't been played. So I think stuff like Aurelion Sol and Aatrox hasn't been played yet, but some other one, because they probably don't fit in the particular team comps, but other ones like a Pyke, I know Pyke is super can be super broken in Howling Abyss, but for some reason we haven't seen him all that much. Maybe it's because it's very much an extraordinarily feast or famine pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the very definition of feast or famine. It's exactly the kind of pick which I'd expect to see from Not Asleep, but I guess a lot of the power of Pyke is tied into their ultimate, so they'd have to wait till level 6 before they started really doing damage.
Ooh.
And I feel like Not Asleep are on a pretty big rush to get the games done.
You know who actually might be a very... And if Not Asleep wants to risk it, I would be down to give them this champion for the next game if they still want to make the bet. Hear me out, Counterfeit. Draven. Because Draven is very much... Look, if you win with Draven in Howling Abyss, you really deserve the win. But it's also a champion where Draven is the feast or famine AD carry. So if you can't get those kills in, and because you want to go for those executes in Howling Abyss, it becomes very difficult to play that playstyle. Also, good luck stacking those X's in Howling Abyss. That is not something that's going to be overly simplified for you.
We'll move on in a second from bad champions, because I assume at some point we're going to need to talk about some good champions. But just before we do, I'm thinking of just one more. Talon, in particular, jumps out of me as being a champion who would be particularly bad on Howling Abyss, because you functionally don't have one of his abilities.
Yeah, you can jump over a turret. That's like... Yay!
That's true.
But you can, I think, with Talon, with the animation, if you jump over it or just, walk, I think it's about the same amount of time.
So let's go on the other side of the equation and look at some of the stats for champions who are particularly good. So we've seen Misfortune, Lux, both of them are considered S tier in ARAM normally, as is Morgana. We've covered them all extensively. We've only seen Senna the single time, but let's see, who have we got up for us now? Looks like one of our games is ready. Will it be semi-final 1 or semi-final A?
Are you running with it as well?
I don't want the semi-finals to feel bad.
Okay, let's take a look at this pick and ban. So we don't see the elites just yet, but the intimidated bots, they have opted for very much front to back, but not a lot of engage potential here, actually, meaning everything they have is very telegraphed.
Yeah, and that's the bit of a problem when you're up against a team this good. But we need to consult the giant brain behind the scenes. Prediction bot, will this be a 3-0 for the B team?
Calculating. The B team has the best advantage. Bots rest in peace.
There you have it, from the big brain themselves, from the supercomputer that is in the Trovo lab. We have got the very definitive answer indeed. Let's see, Intimidate bots, they are getting pretty aggressive here, and if they pick up First Blood, maybe that's going to swing some odds.
It must be bad. It must feel bad for a prediction bot to predict against other bots, because it means that, right? I mean, you kind of want to root for your home team, but he's not able to. He follows his programming. We programmed him to predict the best outcome.
Yep, only programs, no programs. At least for the Intimidate bots, they've got themselves a solid front line as we have a big engage from the B team. The Tron not going to struggle to get away, but does have the shield from the Karma. So looks like Intimidate bots are going to try and turn this one back around as, hey, we talked about the Azir from before. That's joining the B team lineup this time round, and we know in the hands of a good pilot, it's a spectacular pick.
Also looking at the intimidated bots, they're trying to do the tactic that Nano Sleep did in their first game, where they're trying to be really aggressive, but it's not really working for them just yet. The B team on the disengage here right now. Good triple man scatter the weak, but with Alpha, like, it will actually keep the B team alive, and they will have to trade 1-for-1 here. Now the Mumu still tanky. Camille with his hook shots can actually go for the backline on the Olaf. Precision protocol means that's another kill. Hexacle made him still not available. Level 6 not being hit unless it's for the Misfortune. She uses the bullet time, but she remains stationary, and that is something the Syndra loves. Hexacle now being used. The Precision protocol is not enough to finish her off just yet, and the Camille is too far back. So the B team and Intimidated bots have actually traded quite equally when it comes to kills.
Yeah, I'm liking this, what we're seeing from the Intimidate bots. They are fighting back. It's certainly the most likely between our two semi-finals to see a potential reverse sweep, where the pressure is on the Intimidate bots. As you said, other bots have predicted against them. Certainly the smart money is on the B team right now, but the bots, they're making good play after good play.
Yeah, it's just that programming precision, rather, not the same precision in my voice apparently, that will give them potentially the advantage here. Now, something I am still worried about is their lack of engage. So the Intimidated bots have a composition that can run you down with the Karma, Olaf, and the Trundle, but it's so telegraphed, and you need a really good setup. While the B team, they have that Amumu Sona. Amumu can just have one good bandit toss, put down his ult, follow up from Sona, follow up from the bullet time.
Yeah, and that's the kind of ease of execution which I think we saw from from the other semi-final as well. If you've got a very pointed team composition, even if the other team know exactly what's coming, a lot of the time there's just not very much they can do about it.
And especially remember, Amumu now has 2 bandage tosses, meaning that he can actually do stuff like this and do a double engage. There's a bullet time, Trundle immediately being taken down. That's a front line gone for intimidated bots. And the B team, well, they keep on stinging.
Yeah, I mean, you make a really good point with the double bandage toss from Mumu. The Scatter of the Weak being used to stop the engage the first time round. But of course, Scatter the Weak doesn't have a 2-shot ammo system.
And that's the thing with Amumu. One of the reasons why Amumu was so strong in those weeks when he got buffed is that double bandage toss is exactly what that champion needed, because it gives you so much more ability, and you can use one bandage toss as a gap closer and the second bandage toss as actually a repositioning tool.
Yeah, of course, got to deal with the Trundle's power. Of course, they've got the Subjugate to steal away some defensive stats, but as we see right now, they are not a strong enough of a tank to be able to go up into the face of the B team and survive.
And the B team here now looking for yet another engage. There is Camille with the hook shot, the champion. We haven't really talked about somebody that has one of the best gap closers in the game, especially on Howling Abyss. Now, it also does mean you have to walk up, or at least fly up towards something like a Syndra, towards something like a Karma, which can actually chunk you down before you even get there.
And that's why the Intimidate bots need to marshal their disengage tools very well. I mean, right now, we broadly got the mass Karma Shield and Speed Up to get them out of trouble, but once the Hextech Ultimatum from that field comes out, then all bets are off. We will be switching across in a second to the other semi-final. No, as the team fight is breaking out. Oh, the humanity.
It's not quite the Hindenburg yet, but he definitely came close when it came to a disaster there. Now looking at the second semi-final, Team 300 versus Not Asleep.
All right, so let's see. So we've got a different setup here, and the Elise we mentioned before will be brought out here for the Not Asleep squad, which is gonna eat one of their slots, which could have something a lot stronger.
Maybe okay, so Elise definitely has a low win rate. We looked at all the stats and wasn't really popular. I think it's the first time we saw her throughout all these tournaments. Now, this doesn't mean she's a bad champion. We did give Not Asleep a tool to use, especially that stun, that long-range stun in a narrow map like Howling Abyss can make the difference. And you obviously have the repel as another form of gap closing and sometimes stalling out some of these fights.
I guess the big disadvantage here is that Elise, is an assassin, and being able to catch your opponent off guard is the crucial part, so that should be a little bit tricky for Not Asleep. As Team 300, they're bringing out something a little different of their own. The Blitzcrank certainly will be great at sniping out some of these squishier targets.
Yeah, Blitzcrank, one of those champions where it's just, it has a make or break pull. Oh, I didn't think of this one. Yeah, because when you're Elise and you're playing up against the Blitzcrank, you literally have your little spiderlings body blocking for you. So the Blitzcrank will have a very difficult time trying to pull an Elise in.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Team 300. You're right, that may not have occurred to them as a problem to consider. We've also got the Braum in the mix as well for Not Asleep, who's going to be able to destroy the Blitzcrank hook with his Unbreakable Shield.
I'm actually thinking, is that how it works?
Or does it not?
I think you definitely deny all the damage, but I don't think you deny the crowd control effect. So I'm not sure. I might be mistaken here, but I think that the Braum shield, if you get pulled, you still get pulled. But I'm not completely sure. I might, once again, correct me in chat. Please do. Feel free to.
I mean, I'm certain we'll find out for ourselves before too much longer. Let's talk a little bit about what Not Asleep have got in their team composition. So we've got a Braum and Alistair. That's a pretty solid front line, even if that particular interaction with the Braum shield doesn't work.
It does mean that you are really banking on, especially when you have a Seraphine in your team, there is so much pressure on this Lucian. This Lucian will provide, late game will provide almost all the damage from Not Asleep's side, unless we see something like an AP Alistair coming out, or maybe an Elise that actually does do a lot of damage. We'll have to wait and see. But mostly my eyes are on the Lucian in these team fights. And with the team that Team 300 has picked, they don't really have a lot of chance to really jump onto the Lucian.
And we can see they're not asleep themselves. They're more than happy to jump in. There's the repel you talked about before. Able to drop aggro. I Am Sammy means that they can get super aggressive under the tower, even if perhaps later on the Elise will drop off in efficacy.
Yeah, one of the things that Braum shields might definitely cancel out is Blitzcrank hook. Oh, talk about Blitzcrank hooks! That was a beautiful one! Right on cue!
That was so nice.
Yeah, right on cue. So one of the things I was about to say was a Blitzcrank, a Braum shield can also dodge some of these incoming piercing arrows, or at least negate them. But yeah, you just need to make sure that your Seraphine is standing behind the minions next time.
You gotta be careful. Here's a fight again. Not asleep, being driven back. Good damage. Being pushed through. Clown Fiesta on the Varus. Going a little bit low. Of course, we've got the Seraphine for Team 300. Well, it's not a massive amount of healing. If you can double up on the spell, you get the shield as well, meaning Not Asleep will struggle to burst them down.
Not Asleep still trying the tactic of taking this turret down rapidly and as fast as possible. Now, 4 minutes in, they've taken in a little bit over 1/3. They're almost at half, but it also means that Team 300 is continuously stuck under their own turret. And why is that important? Health relics. Some of these health relics you're using, as I told you guys before, in the audience. Oh, Encore being used. There's a set being charmed as well. There's the Glacial Fissure. Taking out a Braum immediately with the bullet time, though. The set being able to survive with the punch. But it is definitely a little bit of a misplay there from Not Asleep.
Yeah, it's interesting to see there the Crescendo actually becoming effectively the go button for Team 300, even though it was Not Asleep who were trying to make the play. The bullet time being used as counter engage. So we've got, right now for Team 300, we've got the 2 AD carry setup, but not too much in the way of AP.
No, and that's, I'm thinking if it's something, if they need to worry about Team 300, they might do, purely because Not Asleep does have 2 very tanky members, the Alistar and the Braum, that can just build, that like to build full armor, and if they don't need to worry about magic resist, or if they do, that's okay, but what they do need to worry about is when their main carry gets hooked by this Blitzcrank.
Yeah, so far, that's a couple of good hooks in there, which means that Team 300, they are in the lead when it comes to kills. They are not, however, in the lead when it comes to tower damage.
No, and with this Elise, something I was actually not suspecting was how much poke you can get off with this little spiderling. Now, it doesn't do all that much damage, but it can be used continuously, though.
I mean, you know, the Elise doing some nice job. There's a cocoon from before, so it should be able to set up some plays later on. I guess the big problem here for Not Asleep is that while we can see the Elise kind of, you know, getting in and doing the burst, if she's by herself and she repels back down, she's just going to get killed.
Oh, there's a Braum shield. Pull coming out as well. Glacial Fissure being used alongside with the chains from the Varus. Varus in a good position here to poke out, but the Unbreakable from the Alice are just too tanky to deal with. And Not Asleep can slowly but surely kite back towards safety. Good flash here alongside with a stun. There's the bullet time connecting. 3-man pull into damage being dealt, but Not Asleep still has the advantage. And Elise can repel up, trying to go for the execute on the Blitzcrank. That connects. Elise will go down, but Not Asleep has definitely equalized the playing field when it comes to kills.
Really nicely done. The only bad news for Not Asleep, as they will grab the first tower here, is look at the gold total available for Clown Fiesta. They are on 3,500 gold right now. If they die, they are going to come back tremendously stronger.
Yeah, taking one more kill, meaning he's almost at 4k right now, and Team 300 has went for a full reset, and now they can actually pick up some of these kills, and they're finding 4 of them, meaning that Team 300, this is their opportunity to potentially take down the enemy turret.
Yeah, this is amazing news for 300. The minions are coming, but that tower is full health. So right now, Not Asleep are certainly ahead on the objective game, even if they're not ahead on kills. So let's go check in on our other semi-final and see how things are breaking down. We knew that the B team were close to the 3-0, but Intimidate Bots refusing to back down.
The B team is definitely still struggling here. They might not get the clean trio win as the Intimidated Bots are pushing heavily into the base, and this last Nexus turret will actually fall. There's the Camille with the engage. The Trundle chomping down so hard, but the Intimidated Bots have just been aced, and this might be the B team that sweeps it back.
At this point in the game, let's see, so 15, nearly 16 minutes in, we've got a lot of items in inventory for our players. We'll be able to see in a second just how far the B team have gotten. All the way down, the inhibitor is open for the taking, but Intimidate Bots, by pushing the play up to the other side of the map, they have killed a lot of their death timers.
Now it's 60 minutes in, as you mentioned already, these death timers are a little bit higher than they should be. Luckily, the Intimidated Bots still have both of their Nexus turrets remaining. Another fight is brewing alongside with the bullet time being interrupted, but quite late. The Ragnaros is being used, but Olaf just gets blown to smithereens. The same can be said for the Amu and the MF from the B team. The B team is on the defensive, and Camille trying to jump in, gets exhausted straight away, and still 4 team members from the Intimidated Bots alive. They're actually diving the Azir turret as the Syndra wants to poke his ear down, succeeds with that. That means that's an ace from the Intimidated Bots, and this surely must mean game.
So we could be looking at both semi-finals going to 3-1 if they continue on the path they're facing. We've got that one tower which is barely standing, so minions are unnecessary. Intimidate Bots, they get a game back, and maybe, just maybe, we see the start of the reverse sweep.
The bots know that they can actually move into the final now. So they know, okay, the first 2 games, a little bit of a warm-up. We saw what the B team brought to the table. Now it's our turn to show them that what we have left in our arsenal is stronger than your defense. Now let's jump back into Team 300 versus Not Asleep to see if Not Asleep can expect another sweep.
You can certainly see that Not Asleep are pretty deep into Team 300 territory, but at least that does mean that we've got the reset here and a chance for Team 300 to push out once again. If you're just joining us, Not Asleep are last time tournament champions, so confident in their victory, they allowed us to choose one of their picks for this 3rd semi-final game. That will be the Elise. We'll keep an eye out for how well it works out, but so far, it's certainly on the weaker side.
And it's a little bit of a repeat from what we saw last time alongside of Team 300. Not Asleep just being able to full-on commit onto Team 300. And with this Elise and the Encore as well, it means that Not Asleep still has a fighting chance, and they want to get this clean 3-0 in to go into the finals.
Not Asleep certainly have earned their confidence up to this point as the hook goes wide. It looks like we're going to still see a showstopper anyway, as the damage is going to be pouring out. Nice knock up there onto Not Asleep. The Braum Shield soaking a lot of that damage. Misfortune forced to flash away. The inhibitor is surely gone. Cloud Fiesta and Misfortune on opposite sides of the fight, trying to stay alive with the pouring of damage from Not Asleep. There's a cocoon landing, but it's going to be immediately disposed of.
And there is the prowess on the Elise actually being shown, and this surely must mean that with the final member of Team 300 falling, Not Asleep is once again our first finalist in the Trovo Titans.
Yeah, they got incredibly cocky, but you can afford to do that when you can back it up, just as Not Asleep have shown us here. Team 300, they gave us absolutely everything, but they are just going to become yet another victim of the Not Asleep squad. Bullet time coming out. Team 300, they're not quite done. Nice encore means that's at least 1 pick.
Elise being cut out as well. Beautiful ultimate there from the Blitzcrank, and Not Asleep is losing health bars left and right, but they're trying to poke Team 300 down. They just lose one of their main damage dealers, but their tanks are still very much a menace to deal with. There comes a Glacial Fissure alongside with the Alistair Knockup, and this turret is falling as well. Lucian is quite low, but has so much protection from his team. Who does not have that is Team 300, because only the Sona 4-man Crescendo does not make the difference. And once again, our first finalist in the Trovo Titans is not asleep.
And as a result of our experiment, we can check the scoreboard there and realize we made a horrible mistake. In fact, the Elise with the most kills on Not Asleep. Apparently, we did a bad job of sabotaging their chances of success.
Sorry, Team 300. We really looked at all the win rates, and Elise is pretty horrible. I think I'm looking at the range. I'm just going to look it up quite again. She's 4th. She is under Talon even on the website I'm looking at. So, not more we can do with that. Sorry.
So I think we did make the mistake there of giving an early game champion across to the Not Asleep squad, because that's exactly what they thrive on. I hope at least, well, I don't know. I'm curious to see if Not Asleep will extend their cockiness into the finals and ask for the same thing again, because there's a lot of money on the line in the finals. It's not the time to be trying to show off while also winning.
If they want to show off again and they want us to pick a champion for them, I think something like a Singed, maybe, I'm looking at other champions, or maybe something like an Evelyn, is way more difficult to pull off. Now, Evelyn does scale rather well into late, and Singed does have, obviously, the utility with the pull and the miasma he puts down. So, I mean, it's not, but there aren't really champions in a game that if you pick them, they're completely useless on Howling Abyss. There are ones where you can say, I just don't want to play them.
Yeah, I mean, the other one which comes to mind definitely again would be the Kale. I'm gonna have a quick look and see who the best late game champions would be, in case there's any which we've missed so far. I mean, yeah, because we've seen champions which are traditionally late game, like Vayne, coming in and still doing extremely well. I guess the other ones we haven't maybe seen as much would be melee carries, the Tryndamere, the Jax, the Nasus. You can run AP Nasus, but you are then missing out on all the stacking you'd otherwise be getting.
I'm looking at other stuff as well, something like a Fiora, but then again, a good Fiora can really win team fights as well. Okay, so I'm looking at certain tier lists. Looking at these tier lists, Aurelion Sol is definitely the worst. At 2, 3, so in 3 different tier lists, there is one very common denominator in the worst tier, and that is Aurelion Sol. So maybe, but I don't really agree. I think Sol, because you can push in the waves that fast, is something that that Not Asleep definitely wants to pick.
All right, let's get back into semi-final number 1, as we've already got some pretty heavy power picks coming in. You've got the hyper carries for the B team of the Aphelios up against Jinx from the Pick Intimidate squad. 2 forms, or 2 full support choices, and 2 beefy frontliners. Very similar approach to this next game.
And B team, they actually so far have picked the exact same composition as Not Asleep did in their first game today. Now, as soon as I say that, the Vex is a big change up. We've seen one Vex before. Yesterday, we saw the first Vex on Howling Abyss, and she did pretty well. She was very much a nuisance to be dealt with, and she was able to get on that backline and really blow up some of these squishies, like potentially an Anivia or a Jinx.
Of course, you're really looking for the Vex to be against a team that's going to be hopping around the place a lot to take advantage of our Doom and Gloom. Not really what Pick Intimidate have got right now, which seems like it's more on the AoE control side.
It's going to be very difficult to engage onto intimidated bots, especially with the Nami, the Trundle, and the Anivia. Anivia is a champion. When she has stacked some mana, she can just continuously continue to clear the wave. Now the B team needs to be careful because this Anivia pick, yeah, I did see the Darius guys, don't worry. With this Anivia pick, if you don't cut her down, if you don't get access to her late game, and I mean melee access, she can keep on stalling. And that is not something we've seen before, where you pick a champion, they can just go, as long as I'm alive, you will need to turret dive, probably even without minions.
Yes, and it's even worse when you know that the person you're tower diving has a guardian angel built into them. So I like what we're seeing from Intimidate here. We know how powerful the Trundle can be. When you combine that with the terrain manipulation of the Anivia, you suddenly got parts of the map where you probably just can't take fights at all because they're going to become, you put down the pillar, you put down the wall, and suddenly you're completely cut in half as a team.
Not only that, because you have a Darius, and which is the case when the enemy team wants to have picks that can just run at you or that want to run at you. Darius is great in kind of denying that because, yeah, Darius is early game champion that struggles a bit more in Howling Abyss, but when it comes to late game, when it comes to Darius that is very, very tanky, all of a sudden, then you have the particular situation where, yeah, but you want to run away from the Darius, which is not, but you also want to run at the enemy team, and you don't really have a flanking maneuver in Howling Abyss. That's not the thing. You need to run in the same line as everybody else. So if you want to run past the Darius, he's just going to grab you, get those 5 stacks, and dunk on you.
Yeah, I really like how it completely changes the nature of the game when you know that you've got a Darius, which kind of personifies you don't want to primarily focus them, but you also can't ignore them at the same time. Because, as you said, once they start getting their hemorrhage stacks going, they're going to have a massive boost of damage and potentially even become the team's primary damage dealer under the right circumstances.
Yeah, that's something you shouldn't underestimate. Also, Darius has, with his Q, he has built-in healing, and when you're up against bruisers in long fights, which is something we are kind of expecting against picks like a Trundle, your hemorrhage stacks, tick, 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 that's extra damage you're doing, you get extra AD, but you also have that healing, and you continue to have that, and at a certain point, picks like a Trundle, picks like, when you have something, that's not the case now, but when you're up against something like an Alistar and a Braum, that's something where I would definitely pick in Darius up against, because we saw Alistar is surviving so long, Braum is surviving so long, but they're not healing, and the Darius can actually kind of do the same thing. Not as good as engaging, but when they get engaged on, they just heal off of these two engaged supports. They just heal off of these two very, very tanky members that don't do all that much damage to him.
Yeah, and of course, with us being on Howling Abyss, the only place where you can snowball into the opposing team, that gap closing, which Darius has been missing, of course, since the changes to Stridebreaker. On Howling Abyss, it's going to be very hard to get away from a Darius that doesn't want you to get away.
Maybe even something on the lines of having a Shirelios in your team where Darius can just run at somebody. That can be said from other team members as well. Or building a Deadman's Plate where you just go, look, I'm not here to farm any CS. I'm just here to have a lot of movement speed. And when the enemy team kind of balls something up, when you kind of budge and engage, that's when I have that extra movement speed to run at them. Also, don't forget, when you're up against a team that has a lot of poke, Force of Nature, man. Like, Force of Nature on bruisers, all of a sudden, you're trying to poke them down, and the more you try and poke them down, the faster they will run at you.
Well, to take the conversation into a little bit of a wider view, as I believe we're going to have our game coming up in just a second, we've been seeing the teams more and more trying to go towards kind of rather than a single tank setup, they're going more for a double bruiser setup to kind of spread that tankiness around a little bit. What do you think of that?
I think the double bruiser setup is definitely something that you can, they can make work. It's also something where you realize, okay, with the double bruiser setup, bruisers have a very high damage potential as well. Meaning that you can't really, like an Alistar, when an Alistar is still left alive, you go, he's not going to kill me, But with a Darius or not, or two other bruisers, or something like potentially an Aurelia or something like potentially Darius here, you know, well, he definitely is gonna kill me if I leave him alive.
All right, everyone. This is the semi-final to get hyped in. It's been a while since one of these best of fives has gone to more than 3 games. Intimidate Bots trying to look for the reverse sweep here. They brought up the Anivia for, I believe, the first time in the entire competition. The B team, of course, one step from going to the grand finals to go up against Not Asleep. If Intimidate Bots can come back here, maybe we can start believing in miracles again.
I'm curious how Intimidated Bots will actually make this Anivia work, and if they can make this Anivia work, but right now they're being engaged and they're taking so much damage. Also a hijack, well, not a hijack, but a stolen pillar from the Trundle here. That's one of the disadvantages when you have with some of these bruisers, especially in the early game. You're gonna get poked out, and if you don't get a good pull, there's nothing really you can do.
I mean, we did see a little bit of what the Intimidate Bots can do here. You know, they put the wall down and cut the B team in half. They stopped them from reinforcing each other. And there's, of course, again, the other factor for the Nivea is the built-in Guardian Angel. Unfortunately, Trundle going a little too hard to try and make sure that the kill doesn't go through, which means the B team, they might be able to get some damage down the tower. Viego resetting this to apprehend, and it's going to turn into another kill. B team, very strong opening play.
That's also one of the disadvantages. It might seem like a minute detail, but it really isn't. So when you get engaged on, and you know something is being botched up, you know that it is most likely one of your bruisers dying first because, well, they're there in the front line, right? They're just up and close to the enemy, so that's the first champion that will be engaged on. You're giving a pull ability then to a Viego, or potentially giving a pull ability to a Viego, which is something that is extraordinarily scary because remember, all of a sudden, you're trying to run away, and then the Viego, who is very mobile, goes into the team fight and pulls your carry, gets them stunned, and then dishes out that damage. So that's always a question. That's always almost a quandary you need to ponder in.
Good catch on the Silas, though. So this time, at least the Trundle stays up, so not giving a reset opportunity across. Gloomy Knight on that Viego gets killed as well. Intimidate Bots almost equalizing the kills once again, and they might even again, unlike the B team, actually get to hit the tower a few times before the reset comes through.
Yeah, this is very much a slower game than we're expecting. 4 minutes in, neither of these turrets have been hit a whole lot. There is the Moonlight Vigil, and that's the Trundle being taken down.
It's not so bad for Intimidate Bots, though. You pointed out before, if there's one thing that the bots will be able to do well with Anivia, particularly long term, it's wave clear and keep the B team from making too much progress into the tower, unless, of course, they force the play!
And at exactly the right time, as soon as this Anivia had hit level 6, the first thing you do is dive to make sure that she cannot just continue to wave clear in. Also, the Viego needs to be careful he doesn't get picked up by the Trundle. First turret will fall, or at least should fall here, but they have sold it very expensively because Trundle has taken up 2 kills, and the way things are going, it looks like this set will not be surviving either.
So this is something we've been kind of gathering over the course of our ARAM tournament here, is just how important it is to prioritize the towers above the kills. B team, they've got themselves an objective that will never come back from Intimidate Bots, that map presence. And for the Intimidate Bots, I do wonder how far they will fall behind before the Nivea, in particular, really comes to life.
There is also something in the team composition from Intimidated Bots. We already saw a little bit of a part of it there. That is a good engage tool, and that is just walling off sections. You start with the Nivea wall, which she is definitely leveling. Then you go for you don't wall off the entire map. But besides that, you set up the Trundle pillar. Okay, you still have a small sliver which you can escape through, and then it goes Jinx just says, no, you know what? I'll throw my chompers here. So everybody who's in the wrong side of that wall will be stuck there for a couple of seconds. Now, combine it even with a Nami Tsunami, and that tidal wave will just knock all those people up. And that's something you can go for. The disadvantage you have is you need to invest a lot of abilities in that to just go for 1 or 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking for the longer term here, Intimidate bots just demonstrated for us the big problem for the B team, which is that those minions got nowhere near that second tower. And if Intimidate bots refuse to go any further forward and take a fight, then I don't know if the B team could even do anything.
And no, they won't. This is one of the advantages of Anivia here. The one thing you need to do as the B team is literally wait until Anivia runs out of mana. But Intimidated bots, I don't know how many members, at least one, has taken clarity, meaning that it will take a long time for this Anivia to run out of mana. So this might be a long one, folks.
So for the Intimidate bots, just as we talked about before, that Trundle pillar can fill in the space between the tier 1 tower and the wall, and then the Anivia wall can fill in the other side to completely seal the lane off. The B team needs to be so careful here. If any part of their team gets cut off from the other, it could be a disaster. You know, to the Intimidate bots, they've got a ton of crowd control they can throw into a single target as it's a play under the tower. This is a lot of damage being put down on Leon. Showstopper will bring the Trundle into the squad. Reset time for the B team. The wall comes down though. Jinx is going to be able to get a lot of damage through. Intimidate bots drop a member, maybe a second one. The Jinx does get the heal though. So the bots, they haven't really lost too much of anything.
Maybe something that the bots should consider after they blow up this Darius, obviously, is the Anivia pick definitely does work, as look how long you can actually stall out this game and this push, but you need to have a win condition. So Anivia is your stall condition, is your not lose condition as the next fight continues to go on. And if your now gets blown up, trying to get away, but it is definitely the Aphelios taking down that last kill. There is Nami that is being made into sushi, and only the Darius and the Jinx surviving. She's trapped in the Aqua prison, and there's the Viego going in once again, trading his own life for it, but his second turret has fallen. And that's disaster for the bots, because now your Anivia, if finds yourself in a more difficult position to actually wall off all of these minions.
Nice wall though does land. I think the Intimidate bots were trying to kill off their individual members to get their gold spent and reset, but the B team realized what was happening and therefore forced the play while the bots were weak. So with the inhibitor down, as you said, this is tough times. This will test the wave clear of the Intimidate bots, and we'll find out if Anivia is strong enough to deny super minions.
We'll have to wait and see. I don't know if she is as strong yet to deny these super minions. She's certainly doing a lot of damage on them, damage over time. But you need to make sure that these minions will be creeping up towards you. As you can see, it's okay right now, but after a couple of waves, you won't be standing here. You'll be standing at the Nexus turrets.
There's the pick potential of the bots. Tidal Wave comes in to try and stop the trade kill, but it's no good. Set's going to come in with a showstopper. The B team again going to try and force the play. Intimidate bots falling behind. Triple kill for the Aphelios. I think it could be all over for the bots. It was a heroic fight, but the ace is good. The B team, they've only lost a single member. Respawns are coming back in. It might be slightly too early because it's only 10 minutes in.
And I don't know if they can finish just yet. They're certainly trying to. This first inhibitor turret, sorry, Nexus turret rather, has been taken down right now. The B team is not slowing and not stopping. Beautiful punch here from the set, trying to immediately take down the Jinx and actually succeeding in it. The B team not focusing the turret, but focusing the enemy team, trying to go for an ace. There's the tether, there's the stun, there's the root, there's the CC, but not the kill on the Trundle just yet. What does fall is the final Nexus turret and potentially the final ever Nexus turret from Intimidated Bots. The pillar trying to slow down the Ophidius prism being used on him. There's the pull. There's Noxian Guillotine, but not finding a kill just yet. No reset available then on the Darius, meaning this Viego can just pick him up and make sure he uses his kit more effectively. Beautiful apprehend on the Jinx. She is so squishy. The hemorrhage stacks. The Viego. There's the Aqua Prism, but it's two supportive members on the Intimidated Bots and nothing to take down this Viego. Nothing to take down this Nexus. So stopping him from taking down this Nexus.
Respawns are coming in though, it's so early in the game. The bots, they've respawned 4 or 5 times at this point, and so they're still fighting. Karma will be locked in with the pillar. In comes the set, doesn't have the big burst. But we know, there comes the Jinx again. I think this must be 3 or 4 respawns from the bots in this single fight.
I lost count, Counterfeit. I can't tell you how many times they've respawned, but all I can tell you is it's still the B team fighting at the enemy Nexus. And with the ace right now, I think we know who our second finalist is in the Trovo Titans. It's the B team.
We needed a team with a hell of a lot of killer instinct, and the killer bees seem to be the ones. They are now set up to go against Not Asleep for a €900 first place prize. Intimidate Bots, they gave us everything. They managed to make it so the semi-finals were not just 3-0s, but I'm starting to get a little bit of hope we might just see a finals which won't be a 3-0.
Well, remember, we still have not seen Not Asleep drop a single... we still haven't seen Not Asleep drop a single game. Meaning, maybe they'll be able to drop a game in the finals. They even BM'd with us asking them to give them a champion. Maybe we gave them Elise, which we thought was a bad idea, but it still worked out for them. It really worked out for them. And in this final, the B team, I'm gonna be honest, I think they need to step it up a notch. Now, I'm not saying that there is a huge skill disparity between them. I have not seen them play against each other, but I know that Not Asleep feels very, very confident, and I keep wondering how justified is that confidence.
Alright guys, so we will be headed to a 15-minute break while our teams prepare themselves. We have just one best of 5 left in our 2-day competition to determine who will be going home with the #1 prize. €900 for first, €400 for second. The teams have made it an enormous way through to get it through here. But the B team up against Not Asleep. Will Not Asleep go through and claim their second championship? Find out after the break.
Who's the champion? Let's go!
Your time has come.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Trovo Titans League of Legends Howling Abyss competition. We have made it all the way to the grand finals. My name is Counterfeit, joined by Exodus, and we have got a very familiar face in here. Not asleep, not up against the B team from Spain. Exodus, not asleep. They have had one hell of a run through last tournament and this tournament as well. Do you think the B team have got what it takes to take them down?
Well, the B team has dropped one game in this particular tournament. Not Asleep has not dropped a single game in this tournament. So you could say, you know what, what's the difference? Okay, they're probably evenly matched. Yes. Unless you take into account that Not Asleep has also won the previous tournament undefeated, and that we just tried to give them a handicap in the previous game, and that handicap became the biggest damage dealer on their team. So if I'm being completely honest, I would definitely say that Not Asleep is our favorite here, but the B team has definitely showed up, and they're still buzzing and going, and they might change into the Hornets when they are buzzing straight into this final.
Yeah, we've always got hope there for the Bees. It's, you know, I love to see them really come out swinging in game number one, bring out something weird that's got a kind of coin flip potential of the game, because from what we've seen so far, if you try and play consistently against a Not Asleep team, it's just not going to work.
Not Asleep, I've told this many, many times. They're just faster. They're just faster, and they play the map better than their other teams. Now, every time it's a bit of a guess for us as well, because these teams haven't, or at least we haven't seen them play against each other. So we saw, for example, last time, the intimidated bots. We saw them actually turn it around in game 3, but then still losing in the last game. So meaning that it's a wait-and-see game. Maybe Not Asleep just went up against better opponents. Maybe had a little bit more luck in their particular seeding. We don't know. We'll have to wait and find out as soon as we jump into pick and ban.
Really looking forward to seeing what these teams have got for us here. So, B team going to be starting off on the blue side, Not Asleep in the red. The set has been everywhere all over the competition. No surprise at all to see B team taking it away.
Immediately the set ban, very good recognition here from the B team, very a good respect ban from them as well, knowing that it is one of the better champions in their arsenal. Something I would not be surprised about is the resurgence of the Morgana, which we didn't see yet today, but Not Asleep saying, okay, you know what, you're going to ban Comfort, we're going to do the same, we're banning out this Vex, and the MF showing that even though because they're not first pick, they know, hey, actually, this MF is something you can first pick. This has been done a couple of times, so let's get it out. Stuff like the Seraphine is still open.
I mean, this pick and ban, it really does bring together the whole of the tournament so far. I think Trundle really has been coming through as a big pick, Orn as well, which means that we are kind of forced into seeing something different here from both squads.
Now the Orn is still available. The Viego and the Zinzao are also two champions that are very much on the chopping block or maybe on the menu. Now the Seraphine immediately being locked in by the B team, and then the OG Seraphine from Not Asleep being picked as well. Now this is just good because both of these champions are actually similar in what they do, similar in their playstyle. They have They just have sustain, engage, CC, and poke.
It makes a lot of sense that if either team is going to get one, then both teams will. For Not Asleep, though, they've got themselves the hyper carry we'd be expecting, and we see it. The Jinx come back in return. So far, almost identical compositions.
This is very mirrored from both of these teams. Now, the B team actually, with one of the pocket picks, the Wukong coming out. This is interesting because Wukong is actually that initial engage that the B team might need, or that follow-up engage, while Not Asleep opting to go more towards Azir. Azir, potentially engage and disengage. Actually, I want to say similar to Wukong, but needs more time and has more range. Wukong is very much a I go all in, while Azir also gives you an extra damage dealer in the end. Now, with Wukong going up against 3 Squishy so far, it's also a champion where you have versatility in a build. You can go a lot of damage, or you can actually build tanky pure for the utility of that engage.
See what else they got for us here. So Oriana and Lissandra banned away from Not Asleep, AP damage dealers from the B team. Interesting choice of the Gragas, and we did see the Darius turning up before. Apparently the B team have learned to respect the pick and don't want Not Asleep to pick it forth.
Interesting that they're banning away the Darius. Probably that's already hinting towards towards Not Asleep, that they might be looking to pick 2 other bruisers into their own composition, something that we historically said just runs into you. Viego is very much still open. Not Asleep says, okay, if you're banning away the Darius, we have a very good disengage tool, and that is the Puppy. Remember, Puppy does also proc off of Wukong when he goes into his shadow, goes into his clone.
And that's going to make it very hard for the B team to make a play. So instead of picking up further playmakers, they're going for long range. So Lux will do very well for plucking out individual Not Asleep members. If we're looking for that second bruiser frontline, though, it's got to come here for the B team.
And they opt for potential engage. Now, picking in a Mumu is definitely grading your team composition. It is tankiness, it is engage, but you are picking it into a Poppy, and that's one of the reasons why I'm such a fan, actually, of this Poppy pick. Not Asleep has recognized we already have damage. The one thing we do need is, well, engage, and as well disengage. That Poppy ultimate is more impactful than you might think. Yeah, this Kiana is also important. We'll talk about that later. But that Poppy ultimate, when you hit it on somebody, in Summoner's Rift, it's very clear what it does. It just gets you out of the fight, and then you go for a reset, or you go back into the team fight. Now, in Howling Abyss, when you use it, it's always furthest away because it can't really throw you off the map. So when it would throw you off the map, it just says, you know what, go back into a straight line. But it also means you're stalling, meaning that you don't wipe everybody at the same time. You're actually giving the enemy team not synchronized resets, meaning that because the game is being played so fast on Howling Abyss, those extra couple of seconds will make the difference.
So if we saw that both teams initially were very similar in the first 2 picks, you're saying that they've diverged quite a lot as they've gone through pick and ban here. So from the B team side of things, what would you like to see them doing here if they're going to get a surprise win?
I think the B team has drafted themselves in potentially more difficult to execute comp, even though the others do have a lot of more skill-based champions, like in Aphelios, like in Azir. Just because you have that Jinx and you have that Wukong who is up against the Poppy, it does mean you need to be continuously careful what you try and do, because if you botch up one of these engages, you have a follow-up, but if you botch up both of them because of the Poppy, because of potentially the Emperor's Divide from the Azir, all of a sudden, you don't really have tools left. You might have a Seraphine Encore in there, but that's not enough to deny everything that Not Asleep will just that they have in their arsenal and will use against you.
I mean, this is certainly a pretty big departure from Not Asleep coming to this game. It doesn't seem like this is a comp designed to just roll over the game and win as quickly as possible. You know, as much as they've got a ton of tools to make sure the B team can't fight them on their terms, at least, it doesn't feel like it's anywhere near as aggressive as their style normally entails.
Yes and no. I would not be surprised if Not Asleep just does the same thing as they did the first time they picked the Aphelios, and now they have an Azir where they go, look, yes, these champions need time to scale, but actually so does the B team. And when they're pushing in early, they have a lot of range. Aphelios has a lot of range, Azir has a lot of range, and that they actually just say, we're going to try and take this turret down these early levels really fast, or at least put a lot of damage into it, and then afterwards, it's our opportunity to say we have that health in the turret advantage, or just a turret advantage, and that's when we start to make these risks to try and snowball.
So you promised we were going to talk a little bit about the Kiana pick. Of course, we have seen her in a couple of matches before. That supreme display of talent is utterly backbreaking to a team if they don't play around it. How well do you think it fits in here for Not Asleep?
Well, Kiana has duality in the way she needs to be executed here. So first of all, you have supreme display of talent. That's the first thing we'll talk about. Is obviously a lot of damage, a lot of CC. Also useful when people try and engage until you can knock them away, but also very sleeper pick to try and get access into the backline. Now I think it's time to send it over once again to Johnny B. Wild.
It's time for our final match of the tournament. On the blue side, representing Spain with a 9-1 record. They are the team who dare to challenge the gods, the B team. On the red side, with players from all across the European Union, they are undefeated in 21 straight games of Howling Abyss. They are your reigning, defending, undefeated champions, looking to make it 2 undefeated tournaments in a row. One best-of-5 match to take home the gold. This is where heroes are made and dreams are broken. It all begins right here.
Man, Johnny B. Wild, I didn't know we had him in the budget, but apparently we do. I'd love to see him back more, but unfortunately this is the final, meaning that one of these two teams will go home with that 900 euros prize pool and obviously a whole lot of Titan points.
Alright, so let's see what we've got here in the early going. B team, they've started off pretty well. They've already got themselves a kill. We can see that's onto the Amumu. One of the picks we were kind of worried about for the B team because of having to get past that Poppy to get anything done.
And obviously they're trying to do what they did before, where they want to have aggression in the early game and try and shove in as ways as possible, use the range. But you can see that the B team, alongside with their Lux, their Jinx, and their Seraphine, are able to actually catch these waves and make sure that Not Asleep is not utilizing their range as it should be.
And then one thing I'm noticing in the early going from the B team here is this Jinx is playing pretty far up. It seems like B team wants to try and funnel all of the minions into her pocket.
The thing is, yes, that is a good thing to do. But remember, we are almost at level 6. As soon as some of these ultimates are being hit, a crescendo, an Emperor's Divide, maybe even a Kiana, then it becomes tricky for the Jinx to do that, because then she needs to be more aware of her positioning.
We're looking for that level 6 to come in, seeing how much damage each team can get to each other. Of course, on the Not Asleep side of things, they are feeding their CS across to their Aphelios in very much the same fashion. A lot of discipline from both teams. They definitely know exactly how they want to approach this first game.
And Not Asleep, they still want to keep the aggression on, and they know that the ultimates will be hit in just a couple of seconds. There's the first engage, good stomp against the wall. It's the first kill in this competition, sorry, in this game. But the Amumu, not level 6 yet. Remember, if you poke them down now you can make a difference. Exhaust being used, Sona gets taken down. That's an important ultimate that will not be available in this fight. Now, Not Asleep immediately retorting with poking down the B team.
Yeah, and even when the B team get their ults back, if they've got no health, they can't make use of them. Not Asleep, ahead by 1 minion wave, and that makes all the difference if you get to use your ults first.
We'll have to wait and see. That ultimate, all of these are available, but all of summoners have been used already. I think it might be good for Not Asleep to just say, either we just play it slow again, or we just go all on hand and try and even go for a dive fairly early on.
Let's see how we're doing on the CS side of things. Looks like stuff, even so far, we can see the gold totals at the top of the screen, showing that everything has been pretty even. Now, only the Wukong's been able to go back from the B team and shop, whereas on Not Asleep, they'd be able to spend a little bit on the Sona and the Poppy as well. The engage is going forward. There's a steadfast presence from the Poppy to stop the first. But as we noted before, if you've got disengage against the Mumu, you have to have two of them.
Oh, here's the supreme display of talent alongside the Youngcore in the final spark, but the Cyclone being used in the backline, however, does not burst them down just yet. And Not Asleep is making use of that. Kiana jumping on the Jinx, that's the main part of damage being done by Not Asleep. The B team realizes this, but it is still a 3v3. Bandage toss on the Aphelios. He has the gun to survive though. Can he survive just enough? And the Amumu is being taken down. Yazir jumping in as well, and it's only the Lux surviving, but with a double up on that Q, it means that the Lux is surviving, but being pushed so deep under a turret.
Oh my gosh, Sammy grabbing another kill as well. We talked about how effective the Azir can be in the hands of a competent pilot compared to how it's normally played. Nice shot down there. That's a big pick up there for Break Dance Kill, the Jinx and primary carry of the B team.
Yeah, Jinx is also one of those champions that can really pop off, especially when those team fights start, when people start falling, and she gets her passive with get excited, and then she has an extra attack speed, the extra mobility. She wants to keep going.
So pushing up to the tower, the B team, we've talked about this before. B team in possession of territory, but they're going to get caught out. Laser across the bow. The nice escape from the Amumu. Defensive use of the bandage toss. They're just about escaping. Pistolari drops. The Amumu finally dies. Nice double catch. L-line ARAM as the double kill comes in for Miral. That's the Aphelios. 3 kills now. That matches up very well against the B team's carry.
Not Asleep still not losing too much of the turret, but the same can be said from the B team. Now, you can clearly see that with some of these resets going on, like with the Sona, they realize, okay, we have a lot of gold in our pockets, and we want to fill that in. We want to actually make sure we translate that gold into extra stats to go for some of these dice. Now, L9 ARAM going in and doing a lot of damage on this Lux, but if the Amumu's ultimate is being used alongside the Encore, beautiful cleanse there. Aphelios a double kill, keeps on going. Triple kill might actually get more than here, but he himself goes so. The Chakram's not available right now, and this might be an ace alongside Not Asleep's side.
Wow, we wondered if it was worth it to go for the cleanse here with so much crowd control, but it came through huge. 6 kills now for Miral on their Aphelios. They are really outpacing the B team's Jinx, and you have to worry for future fights as Sammy will feed themselves across. They need to get reset. They've got a lot of money burning a hole in their pocket.
I think Sammy wanted to try and go for an execute instead of handing over gold to the B team. Now, as of right now, look at the gold difference. A lot of gold in the hands for this Azir and this Aphelios, and it's exactly where you want it. So Not Asleep has distributed their gold a little bit more evenly, but with the B team, it's definitely all in the Jinx basket.
One thing I'm noticing is Breakdance has actually got a ton more CS than Miral does, which means their gold is actually very, very similar, despite Miral getting all of these double kills.
Yeah, a good pickup there. It's exactly also what the B team wanted to do. Make sure that not only you catch the waves early on, but it is Jinx catching all of these waves, and it's Jinx actually translating that into gold. If you're the only one CSing here, it means you automatically will have a gold advantage compared to your counterpart, I should say.
So Kraken Slayer in for the Jinx. We've got the Shield Bow in for Miral. So certainly we know if we see Jinx getting those, not quite resets, but the extra speed boost from getting the kills in, they will be able to pump out pure damage. Whereas Miral looking to stay alive in the fight. In comes the Amumu going hyper-aggressive, can't get away with the bandage toss this time round. Supreme Display of Talent tears up the fight. The double kill in for the Aphelios. They are charging in. We do have a shutdown. Another kill in. Triple kill for the Jinx. Both carries get fed, but it's not a sleep left standing.
If this happens once more, or even twice more, I think it's just game over for the B team, because these carries are also the people who can push turrets really fast. You only need 10 seconds to take one of them down, and then you move on to the inhibitor. Also, that also means that it's once again your two carries who are getting all of the kills. You're using the Cyclone right now to try and get them down, but look how much damage the Philios is doing and how long he is surviving. Turret being used by the Azir, maybe a bit of a... Actually, the turrets being used here means you draw them out. It means you don't give the B team a potential advance onto your turret.
Alright, I like it that we got the kills onto Gloomy Knight there, the Seraphine. It feels like they're maybe trying to step up a little bit to be the secondary carry, though, of course, they are building defensive items so far. First, tower in for the B team, though. Will allow them to catch up some space on Not Asleep, who've, of course, got the two towers and the open inhibitor if they do win another fight.
Whew, now it's a little bit looking and waiting, because the B team know they want to do the same thing that Not Asleep has done for the past 5 minutes, and that is shove in this wave, see if they can get a fight more near towards the enemy base, and then immediately take down a turret. And one of the problems both of these teams face then is there is a lot of potential engagement. You have the Wukong Cyclone, you have the Crescendo, you have all of these engaged ultimates that will make walking up very dangerous.
Right now the teams, they're throwing out a lot of their skill shots just to clear the waves as they're fishing with each of these bits of crowd control to try and find a play. Nice shot there from the B team, but Not Asleep are going big!
Going really big, and here comes nothing on the back line of Not Asleep. That one is still alive, but the B team has definitely destroyed the tanks. There's the second Cyclone, good knock up there, and the Jinx gets excited. There's the follow-up. That's a double kill. She keeps going. She needs to get this Azir down, but the Emperor's Divide won't even connect, and that's a quadra kill for the B team. That's a beautiful turnaround, and this is exactly what the B team needed.
Exodus, I've got one question for you. Do you believe?
It has to be, because this tier 2 turret has been taken down. I think that's the first time Not Asleep has lost a tier 2 turret today, which is already a feat. The B team has already made history, but this Wukong will try and go for the inhibitor. Doesn't seem to be able just yet. But what the B team need to realize here is don't let Not Asleep recover, because with these late game picks, they definitely can.
Alright, let's look and see what we have got here. 3 items for Break Dance Kill. That's the Jinx. For the Aphelios, they are a little bit behind in their itemization. So with B team getting that massive reset in, this Jinx is officially strong as all hell. And if she's alive at the end of a fight, it only goes one way.
Cool, open inhibitor for both of these teams. Now, Not Asleep once again have been able to push this wave deep, but I'm going to take a quick look at what is available. All of the ultimates alongside the B team. There's the Engage, a previous play of talent, not really connecting with important people, only chunking Yamumu, but Yamumu does have some regen, and there is sustain for the B team. So Not Asleep knows that that is already an ultimate invested.
I love what we're seeing here from the B team in this first Grand Finals game. Like just as you said, they're actually forcing Not Asleep to use their big engage ultimates defensively. And when that's happening, you know it's going well. Baiting out the steadfast presence of the Boppy there was the Wukong, which means that the B team, the door is open for them to make a play of their own.
You can feel the tension here, kind of. You know that it's just one of these engages will make the difference. We are at 14 minutes in, knowing that because you have an open inhibitor, getting to the Nexus will be just easy and fast for either of these teams. Now, Not Asleep, because they're so far pushed in and because they have this Azir turret, they know they can just go, look, We just put the Azir turret down. We know if we go for a risk here now, we delay you from pushing into our base. So it's definitely in Not Asleep's favor, and they need to make sure that this Azir's turret is not being used as a waste.
Yeah, like what Not Asleep are doing right now, as you said, they've managed to hold ground really, really well. Again, even if Not Asleep lose out in an upcoming fight, unless it's a total disaster, there is the Steadfast Presence coming down, which means B team again can make the play. They're being kept at bay though, that tower. Doesn't seem like B team want to commit in.
And they're really fearful of this Azir turret, which is rightfully so. I'm looking at some of these builds, not a lot of anti-heal being built so far, which is, I think, a little bit of a mistake on both sides, because these teams have to heal. That's a huge engage. That's a huge Scourge of the Sad Mummy Crescendo being used, but immediately 2 members down from the B team.
This is a disaster. B team made the play, but it turned back on them. Not Asleep have access to the inhibitor, and B team, they could even lose the Nexus tower here. The minions are coming. Not Asleep. They're so strong right now. The Aphelios has officially caught back up. The death timers are almost out. B team, they just need to hold on.
Oh, and the Encore goes very wide, and Not Asleep immediately taking advantage of that one. Yeah, the Azir needs to run. Jinx is getting so much damage in. Get excited. Will get 3 kills. But the problem is, look at these death timers. Do they have time? Do they have 30 seconds to actually get revenge in structures?
Oh my gosh. So we're up to, between the 2 AD carries, 27 kills. That's quite impressive when there's 26 kills on both sides of the equation.
Gold-wise, it's nearly even. It doesn't really matter. But what does matter is structures. And because Jinx is down 33 seconds, the B team needs to be careful, because if Not Asleep just says we commit to a very hard push here to try and fight without the Jinx, they are in some trouble. But because the lane is too long, because we're so pushed up, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, that was good reset timing from the B team. They know they had to get the carry back to pick up item number 4. So we've got the Bloodthirster joining in. We've got the multi-target access of the Runan's Hurricane for the B team. They keep stepping closer to doing the unthinkable. Not just handing Not Asleep their first loss of 2 tournaments, but doing it in game 1 of the Grand Finals.
I also want to highlight something, and that is that breakdance kill. Jinx has opted for Flash and Ghost, making sure that her positioning is on point, knowing that because both of these summers are up, she needs to be so mobile so she doesn't get caught by any of these forms of CC from Not Asleep.
There's the engage from the B team. The hammer being threatened here, but it only sends the minions away. In comes the Amumu. Here's the play. Going onto the back line. The Amumu is gone, but Breakdancer is still alive, and that's all you need! Double kill! The freight train is coming! Gloomy Knight, they're dead! All of Not Asleep are gone! The quadra kill is good! It's an ace, and we are running right down towards the Nexus!
An 18 kill Jinx, that is what this can do. That is how strong this is, and with the minions being present, look how fast these turrets will fall. 4 seconds on the Kiana. Do they have time to finish? Do Kiana and Poppy actually have time to stop this Jinx? I don't know. This Nexus is quite low. There's the engage from Kiana. There's Poppy trying to get the Jinx down, but it's already 1 member down. The Zap connects and doesn't get excited. She's getting stoned. She's trying to hit the Nexus. She might succeed. There is this, and it's over! The final auto attack! They did it!
Not Asleep are no longer undefeated. We didn't know if the B team had it in them, but we have finally found the gods can bleed. What an incredible victory.
Yeah, and Not Asleep, I would definitely be taking away that Jinx next game, or banning it, or just taking it away yourself. You do not want to have that against you once again. And you can see that the B team is able to stall out the game long enough to make sure that the Jinx actually gets to a position where she's so strong, so incredibly strong.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the big thing that was missing there from the other side, was that Felios, while he was incredibly strong, didn't have that reset potential in the same way. I mean, we saw it multiple times. Azir running for his life with Jinx slavering after him, saying, "No, more kills. I need more gold, more items." And to be the solo carry that brings the team through this brutal game one.
And also, don't forget, you can clearly see that Azir is one of those champions with an enormous damage output potential, but it's more spread out. While Jinx, what she does best is say, "Look, I can just chunk one person down really fast." At a certain point, you had a 2v2. What was more important is that these two AD carries were very close up against each other and they were hitting each other. Aphelios was healing, but Jinx was just doing way more damage. And that is important. And that's are the reasons why Jinx late game can be scarier than something like an Aphelios.
Yeah, and this was the first time, that we were seeing that Not Asleep actually tried to play an arguably late game composition. It didn't work out for them. So it does raise the question of, as dominant as Not Asleep have been, could this be their weak point? That if they can't get the win early, they're a lot less dominant.
Well, it's not a pattern. I mean, it's just the one game, the first game that they lost. Maybe they were also trying out the waters. But you can clearly see that when Not Asleep, as you said, when they don't find this one early, when they don't find the advantage early, they kind of struggle. And they kind of struggle with dealing with champions or with teams who are actually able to clear these waves very efficiently and who are actually, not only do they clear the waves, but they funnel them into one carry. And that is on Howling Abyss, because that's actually not the way, that is not how the map is meant to be played. You can see that the gold starts ramping up real fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic thing, isn't it? You get the AD carry, their items, and everything goes to hell very, very quickly. We have got our next pick and ban coming up in just a second. So for Not Asleep, they're finally actually going to have to adjust strategy coming into a game 2.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're going to do. I hope they deal with the Jinx, as in they find a way to just ban her. I think that's something you can just do and make sure that these very late game carries aren't present in the hands of the B team. However, the Poppy, I liked it in the draft. There were some struggles in execution with the Poppy. It didn't really withstand, or it should have countered a lot of these engages. It didn't really do that. Also, some of these crescendos and these encores from the Seraphine from the B team. I mean, it's a crescendo from Sona, but better. Literally, it's just a better crescendo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly surprised it didn't make a bigger impact. It did feel that if there was something that the Bees were doing particularly well here, it was trying to bait out abilities. We saw a lot of the time that the steadfast presence of the Poppy, which we knew would be a hugely important ability to stop the engages, was being baited before the fights even started.
And before we jump into the second game here in the final, I think we have Who's That Champion lined up for you guys. I'm really wondering who exactly it's going to be. If we're going to see some new faces or silhouettes, I should rather say, because do we have a 50%? Do we have a positive 48?
I don't know, but I also don't know what on earth that champion is.
Wow. Yeah. I want to say Lulu? I have no idea.
It feels like it could be something like Lulu. We've got a little hair on the left, we've got kind of a pipe on the right. But your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, I would say a Yordle, but doesn't come any closer than that. It feels Yordle, yeah.
Time.
No. Wow, we were so far away on that.
Yeah.
I think they've been doing a fantastic job in production of coming up with some really obscure silhouettes which are made particularly from skins that we maybe haven't ever played with.
But but that's really good because then actually it becomes more difficult to guess the champion. And I would have not suspected Zillion. I don't know, maybe people in chat were smarter than the both of us, but I did not see a clock in there. So well done. I'm really enjoying these who's that champions.
Of course, Zillion is something that we saw in previous games doing some good stuff. We're really praising just, this might even fit in really well with the kind of strategies people are playing at the moment. Get a free Guardian Angel and also a speed boost for your hyper carry.
Especially that speed boost might be very beneficial. I mean, we did see the Jinx just picking Flash and Ghost to have that extra bit of mobility, to have that extra bit of kiting potential. So getting something that can actually buff your AD carry with a speed boost or maybe protection is so good when you want to put all of your eggs in that AD carry basket.
And I mean, so far that's worked really well. Of course, coming into game number 2, all bets may be off. We could see the teams completely switching up styles and maybe going for, assassinate the AD carry as an avenue rather than protect.
Remember that Not Asleep did ban a lot of potential engage away last time, so now they might be able to pick it up themselves. But they do stick with comfort and saying to the B team that something like the Vex will not be played today.
That's a shame. The Trundle gonna hit the bench once again. Doesn't seem like the B team want to have any amount of nonsense from there. From where you're sitting, Exodus, where do you think the most high priority bans are?
I would say just the Jinx, unless Not Asleep has an answer or they're gonna pick it themselves. You want to ban away the Azir. You want to ban away the Azir and the Aphelios. Aphelios is also one of those champions where if it gets out of hand, it does so much damage. Also the Syndra, the B team recognizing it, and finally, I don't want to, go off all the champions, but the Ornn is also something, it's just, the engage is just too big. Unless you pick something like a Yasuo, you need to ban Ornn.
So with neither team banning Jinx, but only one of the Sona and Seraphine combo banned away, presumably Not Asleep either take the hyper carry or they take the big healer.
Oh, there's the big healer. It's the Sona, first block in from Not Asleep. I think the B team can really up tier into already picking away their carry. Something like the Jinx wouldn't be a bad thing to just lock it in. Pair it with a Karma, you immediately have protection and poke. Karma also one of those champions that really does everything here on Howling Abyss.
Good amount of poke, good amount of shielding for the B team. They've got a chance to lock the Jinx down right now if they want it. Not Asleep though, the Aphelios is still up in the air. We have to wonder if maybe the B team are anticipating the counterplay, but apparently they don't care.
The problem now for Not Asleep is you're up against that Jinx. Do you have something to deny her? Do you have something that either can jump onto her, knowing that she already has protection from the Karma? And the B team, I wouldn't be surprised if the B team just says, hey, look, we also pair it with something like a Lulu just to give Jinx extra protection. So Not Asleep needs to realize, okay, do you pick an assassin or do you pick another damage threat to max it with Jinx?
We've got the double bruiser coming in from Not Asleep. We know the set is ludicrously strong, and the Wukong providing a good amount of disruption as well. One thing the B team do not have so far is any kind of front line.
No one remembered the B team will do the same thing as it did last time, and that is funnel as much CS into Jinx as well. So if you want to go for an early aggressive start where you say, hey, we're shoving in this wave, that is, you're already making a small snowball for the Jinx that will get real big. Now this is something I'm surprised about, because Not Asleep has picked both the Wukong and the set, so got their engage, got their bruisers, but they haven't picked their damage yet. And the B team says, we take away his Aphelios. This is huge. This is actually something that I wasn't prepared for, and I hope Not Asleep has an other carry in their pocket, because we know Azir is available, but do you have something to pair it with Azir as well?
That's the thing here. Not Asleep could have easily taken the Aphelios already. So they've got to have something else in mind. Maybe they've realized they can't match the B team carry to carry, and so instead they'll try a different approach.
Oh, I like what the B team has done here. I think they saw what Not Asleep was doing, they recognized it and said, look, we see your Wukong, your set, and we see you thinking, setting up for another Azir pick, but you're actually going for an Orianna comp, and you're actually going for a Shockwave comp. We are not allowing that, immediately taking it out. And Not Asleep is actually doing the same thing as well. They are trying to ban away as much as the engage from the B team. Because remember, B team, they have a lot of protection already, they have a lot of damage, but they don't have engage yet.
Right, so what have we got to add in here? Will it be something beefy or something damaging? Of course, the B team will be able to hold back one pick until the very end. It's not going to be beefy, but it will be the engage of the Camille.
As the engage from Camille feels a little bit sad now that you banned away the Orianna yourself, but definitely a good pickup as well. Also, with that Hexic Ultimatum, you can force something like a Set or a Wukong to actually delay or not being able to use their ultimate to get on top of your team. Now, already one damage shot here coming out from Not Asleep. It's the Azir. But are they pairing it up with yet another piece of damage? I don't know. I can clearly see that Not Asleep is kind of flustered a little bit at the moment.
Well, for sure. They're in an environment they're not familiar with. They've lost the game. They're now the ones on the back foot. It's not like they won 2 games, then lost. It's that they lost the very first game, running almost the same composition as the opponent. Xayah and Azir coming in, 2 hyper powerful picks. At least we know what Not Asleep are trying to go for.
The B team, they have opted in for the Viego. That is extraordinarily interesting because now you really lack engage when you're the B team. You have fighting potential. Actually, your comp kind of fits together very well besides engage. Only engage you have is the Camille and the Hexic Ultimatum, which you might have to use defensively. So I hope Not Asleep recognizes this. I actually think Not Asleep has drafted a better comp compared to the B team than last time, because the B team, they are risking it a bit more with this Viego composition. They easily could have opted for something like a Poppy themselves or something like a Bruiser tank that says, look, this is our go button.
So if B team are trying to play, it looks like, again, they're trying to play around their AD carry, but without the safety valves of the others. You can Not Asleep just close the distance, as we've seen so many teams with the Set and other big frontline bruisers do before.
I'm worried. I am worried though for Not Asleep when it comes to late game, because remember that both Set and Wukong, when it comes to late game, they will just get shredded by Jinx and actually shredded by Viego as well. Now, that being said, Not Asleep does have more of a single target AD carry compared to Nephilios. They have the Xayah, meaning that when it comes to very, very late game, Xayah does have the Featherstorm and is actually able to use that Featherstorm to better advantages than, for example, a Jinx Rocket.
Now, of course, those rockets are able to tear through absolutely everything. I'm fascinated to see how this one plays out as we're getting into Game 2. What a world will we be living in if the Bees can take another game here and just completely overturn every single expectation.
Yeah, I want to see what happens here. Already it is Not Asleep immediately going ham and trying to chunk out as much as they can. Now the Janna provides extra support for the B team and for their Jinx, but for how long though? That is a real question.
Yeah, they're Not Asleep. This is very much going back to their style of play. They're all aggression all the time. And for the B team, they have to be careful they don't fall into the trap of trying to meet Not Asleep on their terms.
With the Azir, you also have long-range poke. A few of these Sand Soldiers who try and hit this Janna, meaning that she needs to stay very back. And if you can do stuff like this, where you already early game want to have these carries so low, you might be able to keep up your aggression and play to your preferred playstyle.
What we are seeing, which is the problem for the B team, is a lack of sustain after taking these early trades. The shielding is good. They do have a good amount of damage onto the set, who's once his shield drops off, he will be low health as well. But it's only Not Asleep who've got themselves the Sona to be able to bring themselves back to their feet after the trade.
They do have Relic advantage here, actually denying a lot of healing from the Relic onto B team. And now with Wukong dashing in multiple times, you can see that health bar wise, Not Asleep is doing a lot better than the B team. Also because B team, you have that Camille, and Camille early game in Howling Abyss, she doesn't really do all that well because she needs more time to scale up and get tankier and get to a place where she can actually burst somebody.
Yeah, right now, for the B team, they don't have a huge amount of damage. You can see from the Jinx, for Breakdance, they've gone for the Noon Quiver to try and keep their farming as healthy as possible. So they are not the hard hitter that they will be later on right now.
Talking about farming, look at what Not Asleep is doing now. The same as the B team. They're no longer sharing the CS. They're funneling it into their marksman as well. And that is something where they recognized what was happening last time. And they said, look, now we want to have our Xayah doing as much damage as the enemy Jinx.
And of course, we recognized in our previous games that Xayah incredibly hard to nail down at the best of times. Certainly a lot more able to extricate themselves from trouble than a more static pick like the Aphelios would be.
Level 6 almost being hit right now, with B team being lower than Not Asleep is. I'm also looking at other resources like mana and summoner spells up. It does feel that Not Asleep might be able to go for something like a dive.
The disengage is holding for the time being, but you have to know that Not Asleep, they're waiting for the go signal. The only disadvantage they have right now is that Not Asleep Sona, that's Jera, is starting to run a little dry on mana, and that could be a problem for keeping the spell rotations up.
Yeah, if you're solo on mana already, low enough that you can't actually use one of your spells in rotation, that is going to become an issue. Look at this Camille. What will she be able to do in the next team fight? She has no mana. She's below 50% HP. Karma is very low as well. Does have mana, can shield. But after a while, you need to make the decision, the B team, okay, how long can we actually stall?
It does feel like it was a very bold decision for the B team to leave it up in the air, where Not Asleep have the healer, but the B team do not. At least resource-wise, the Viego doesn't have to worry about mana, so at least they can stay up in the lane for as long as they choose.
Not Asleep still has the advantage of actually maybe going for an engage. The Cyclone is being used here.
There's the Janna though, making the disengage good. Escape with the hook shot. Gloomy Knight is looking for the resets, but they get CC for days. Showstopper back in, but dashing away from the fight. Somehow they're not dead. Pisslare has to flash away as well. B team, this doesn't seem like a fight they want to take.
The shields from both the Karma and the Janna are doing so much work for the B team. But remember, Featherstorm and Emperor's Divide are still available. And the B team, they need to play for survival, while Not Asleep can actually try and go for kills.
So I think a big problem for the B team right now is they've got multiple members who are almost dead. They have to get those members killed and back onto the field at full health. Or when Not Asleep win a fight, they'll be able to probably get an ace, and with it, a tower.
Interesting. See what's going on there. You had the snowball. If you go for it, you immediately have a kill. Might actually be able to get out, but you don't go for it because you don't want to get these kills left and right. You want to get full aces. You want to make sure that when you play your hand, you have a full house and the enemy has just a pair of sevens.
So let's take a look around what summoners are left available. We certainly burnt through a lot early on, but Not Asleep with a good amount of flashes still in the tank. For the B team, however, they are a little light. In with Hextech Ultimatum, but it's gonna be first blood for Not Asleep. It felt inevitable, but it finally happened. It only took 6 minutes.
It's actually not a bad thing here for the Camille to just go in and dive. You do give number advantage over to Not Asleep, but can they actually do more with it? It's kind of a catch-22 because the B team just had their Camille jump onto you, use their ultimate, and you think, nice, free kill. But at the same time, well, yeah, we also just gave the Camille, who was throughout the entire game so far, was very low.
In comes the B team once again, taking a fight under their own tower. The clone will deny for the time being, but we're still in the same space as before. The B team with multiple members who are almost dead.
And an advantage that the Janna has here, I just realized, I almost forgot about it. Janna can periodically shield turrets as well. It's definitely a death by 1,000 cuts here that Not Asleep is trying to go for, or just trying to go for a full-on dive.
L9 ARAM going under the tower. This is the power of the set. TFT is knocked down as well. Not Asleep. They're back to their playstyle. Go in early, go in decisively. The Jinx is still up and fighting, but that is Not Asleep's fight by a mile.
Yeah, and if you get this Jinx down as well, now it suddenly becomes very dangerous when you're the B team, as your turret has been used and has been set up to try and stall the B team as much as possible. Your only concern is actually going for this turret, maybe even going for some executes. The reason you're almost suicide running there is because you want to keep the B team busy as long as possible.
So we're resetting with Not Asleep very slightly ahead. Unfortunately for the B team, a couple of kills going on to Pistolor, the Karma, rather than stacking up all the gold on the Jinx.
And this feels like Not Asleep knowing how to play this game, but remember, we saw this last game as well. The B team knows that, okay, we just lost a turret, that's fine, still 8 minutes in. We have a lot of gold being funneled into this Jinx. We just need to wait until she comes online. When you look at the kill distribution, a lot of kills on the set.
Engage is going through again. B team this time round looking a little bit more confident. The set not able to get into the back line, but the Azir line of soldiers is so incredibly hard to deal with if B team are going to try and turn these fights around in a meaningful way.
One of the advantages Not Asleep has is they can kind of go for these scrappy fights now and then because they have a Sona. They have way more sustain than the B team. So they know, hey, we go for fights, 30 seconds later we actually healed up back again. As long as we don't die and we go for reducing the health bars from the B team to a point where we fully commit on the fight, then we can win this game.
It almost feels like a win here for Not Asleep anytime they bring a member of the B team down low enough that it's not really worth shielding them anymore. In this case, the tanker style on the Camille is so close to dead that even if you do shield them, presumably Not Asleep will still burst through and kill the Camille anyway.
Beautiful engage, immediately being knocked up. There's the Cyclone. Camille needs to jump out, and there's the Camille even taken down. 3-man mock-up, 3-man crescendo, and that might be ace! The clean ace even for Not Asleep. And this is beautiful because this is such a turnaround. Massively well done by Not Asleep, and the B team is completely taken off their feet.
Apparently, we are in the land where 3 and 0s just don't exist anymore. B team, they have got us singing back to their song sheet once again. A 4k gold advantage at 10 minutes, looking for even more. Going close to the fountain as Breakdance Kill gets the kill. Looking to get excited here and start the chain kills off. Triple kill, quadra kill. That is going to be the B team back on the map. The ace is good, but they've got a lot of towers to take.
Ooh, I don't know how much I agree with what they just did. It's definitely a play that you can make where you just go, okay, we full on commit here, try and stall them a little bit, maybe give up this first turret. We already took down the inhibitor, but you also could have played it really slow and kind of synchronized your resets after a while where Not Asleep went, sorry, not fully synchronized your resets. Now they did only pay 1 turret for it. Not Asleep knows that Jinx isn't online. She only has 2 items and a dagger.
And not the monster we know that she can be. Good trades across both sides as Gloomy Knight tries to do their best from within the mist. ARAM is almost dead though on the set, as is Sammy. And of course, this signals the opening of business for the B team. They've got 2 reset champions, the Jinx and the Viego. Low health means that they can go off huge.
One of the advantages the B team now have that they didn't have before is, after this in fight, I'll tell you, because right now Gloomy Knight is engaging here, that's Hextech ultimatum being used, but it's definitely the B team is trying to play defensively. Can they actually run back? The Health Relic is there to try and heal them up, but if Not Asleep gets yet another engage here, we might see a quick 1-1.
The B team do have to be aware that any fight they lose here puts them in peril of losing a Nexus tower. Breakdance kill, unable to be protected on the back line, even with all the shielding and everything that the B team can put in place to try and keep their carry alive.
So one of the advantages I was just about to say is that the B team, they had a health relic advantage, so they could try and heal up from these health relics, while Not Asleep always had the Sona to keep them sustained. Yes, the B team also has a Janna to just go for a full-on heal, but preferably you want to use that ultimate for the pushback effect in a fight.
Yeah, and these ultimates are going to be all the difference makers here as L9 ARAM gets a little bit caught out. We're back to the B team, low on health on 2 members again. But in this case, if any of them die, this could spell the end of game 2.
The B team still doesn't have all of their members online. It is definitely the Karma and the Janna, alongside with Jinx, who are doing so much here. But Viego and Camille, they're at 1 item and a little bit more. They need more to actually survive. And this is the final Nexus turret for the B team.
Showstopper in front of that tower, as we do have Viego attempting to look for the reset, but it's no good. Breakdance kill is the last hope for the B team. They are being jumped all over. They can't get the kills. Not Asleep. I think they've done it here. They just need to get down that tower. Reset, where are you? We've got only the supportive parts of the B team left alive, and now not even that. 13 minutes is all it takes for Not Asleep to draw the finals even.
Not Asleep just made it 1-1. They're trying to recreate their win streak, and you got to start somewhere. But maybe it will stay at 1 because Not Asleep won. Because in my opinion, they finished the game faster than last time, and they were able to push their advantage more than last time, which is not something you can keep on, you can bank on next game. Yes, their draft was subjectively, almost objectively better, but imagine this game took 5 to even 7 more minutes longer for them. All of a sudden, you have a Camille online, you have a Viego online, you have a Jinx who does way more damage than she did now.
And I felt like in that game, you know, we ended up in a situation where having the double protection for the Jinx didn't feel like it materially made a massive difference in how long that Jinx stayed alive in a fight anyway.
It's tricky because the Janna pick was definitely good, but you try and shield the turrets, and what I liked from Not Asleep is, I even mentioned it, it was definitely dead by 1,000 cuts. They started early, started from minute 1, and they try and chunk down the turret bit by bit by bit, by tiny bits. It almost took 10 or 12 waves to get that first turret down, but they did get it down. And as soon as they got it down, they pushed their advantage onto the second tier turret, and then right after that, immediately the inhib. And then all of a sudden, the game accelerates so fast into Not Asleep's advantage that the B team just can't really recuperate from that.
I think there's going to need to be some pretty big changes here in the second game. As we're looking through some of the damage numbers from that previous game, actually, surprisingly, the Karma did a ludicrously huge amount of damage for the Bees, kind of quietly pinging away. But on the other side, the Azir and the Xayah, of course, putting in the big hits.
I'm not surprised that a Karma does so much damage when you're trying to have, when the Karma is one of those champions where she clears the waves, but she's also there to kind of stall the game out. She continuously wants to put her mantra Q down on the wave early on, and then try and poke some people out. But the reason you don't see that is because the other team had a Sona, had a sustained champion, while the B team didn't have. Not a Sleep knew, look, we have the Sona, Karma, you can do 400k damage. It doesn't matter. Or Sona does 450k healing. It just equals out.
And I feel like that's a big problem when you're running a composition that's reliant on resets. If you can't bring the other team down to a killable state, then what can you do? We saw the Viego floundering against pretty much full health oppositions. It's honestly, it feels like a major mistake to let only the opposing team have the healer.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. It is something where the Janna might need it to be another support where you can actually recognize, and you need to look for another champion, and you need to see what other champions you can find. Now, talking about looking for other champions, while we wait to jump to the next pick and ban, we still have some Who's That champions available. And let's see what production has available for us, because last time we didn't get to Zillion. Maybe right now we're going to get it. Okay. Yeah.
This one's a little bit easier because there's only so many champions who've got 4 legs.
Not only that, we mentioned this already, a Scythe. And there are only, I'm going to say 4 or 3 champions.
So,
actually, no, 4 champions that have a Scythe.
So what you're telling me here is this is a Kali.
This is definitely horse skin Akali. Or it's just Hecarim. It's one of the two.
He is one stumpy boy, and someone we haven't seen so far in the ARAM competition. We certainly expect that maybe, that could be a pocket pick we could see coming out if we start to see the teams going heavier into engage. The Onslaught of Shadows, it's a massive team fight disruption that some teams, I think, would really struggle to deal with.
Yeah, actually, now you mention it, Hecarim is something you can actually try and play. Okay, let me put one caveat there. It's extraordinarily difficult to execute. Because the Hecarim super telegraphed, he has an ultimate that's impactful, but trust me, long cooldown, 140 seconds, I think 150 seconds even on level 1. Meaning that once you try it, you're already stuck for 2.5 minutes without that Hecarim ultimate. Also, the advantage you have, obviously, with the Hecarim then is, well, it's also one of those bruisers where it can just jump on an AD carry, immediately being feared, and then the AD carry, when they're in melee range, I don't know if they can fight one-on-one with a Hecarim. So the rest of the team members will need to put their focus away from the rest of the team and more onto that particular bruiser then.
All right, so for anyone who has tuned in just now, we are about to go into game number 3 of our grand finals. Not Asleep, undefeated in 2 full tournaments, can no longer claim that accolade. We finally found the team that could take a game off them in the B team, but game number 2 shows us that this is anything but a done deal.
We'll have to wait and see. It's a 1-1. These teams are clearly evenly matched. So it's just a matter of who will actually be able to play the game better. However, that being said, I still don't agree with you not taking up a sustained champion in your own team composition when the enemy already has a Sona on Howling Abyss. So please keep that in mind when these teams are banning, that these sustained champions are so important.
It felt like for the Bees that it felt like they were expecting that Not Asleep would go and take, their hyper carry first. And that meant that they would be the B team would be the ones to get the Sona with the Seraphine ban. But as we saw, the priority was put onto that sustain. I think it was the big difference maker. I think the B team, I'd love to see them take a totally different approach to the draft, because apparently pile shields onto your Jinx just isn't enough by itself.
Maybe if that's the way you want to go, maybe even opt in for something like a Lulu, where you just completely say, hey, we have so much defensive stats now, a Karma and a Lulu. The Karma brings in more than just protection for the Jinx, but also damage and wave clear. Your other two champions, you can worry about your engage, and you can worry about actually doing damage, actually being tanky, because I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of the Camille. The Viego I kind of understood, but the Camille I think was a little bit of a flop in the pick and ban.
Yeah, I mean, it's not traditionally a pick that you're kind of using to stop people engaging on you, because if you get chased out of the Hextech ultimatum, then you've kind of wasted that ultimate. For me though, coming into game 3, the biggest problem was definitely got to be that set for L9 ARAM. We have got that third game pick and ban, so let's see how the Bees adapt coming into game 3, one game apiece.
B team still don't want to play up against the Syndra, knowing that is blow up potential. That is something that can early game blow up people, and immediately recognizing that the set being taken away from the B team from Not Asleep as well. And I imagine they might take away again something like a Seraphine.
So this time around, at least with the B team being on the blue side, if they leave anything up for the taking, they can actually take it themselves. So maybe they don't ban the Seraphine, and that's what they've done. They banned the Azir instead.
Yeah, Azir, one of the most impactful champions from Not Asleep. I also believe that the B team has not played a single Azir game. So that is taking away a very key piece in Not Asleep. Also taking away utility and damage, plus that Emperor's Divide, and especially that turret he puts down. It slows down these reset timers for you. It slows down when you win a fight and want to go in. And that is something the B team says, look, we're not going to do it anymore. So many strong picks still open right now.
So Seraphine and Sona both are left open. So B team will take one. Not Asleep will presumably take the other one of those. I guess third, because they know that there's going to be no surprises here.
I'm wondering what Not Asleep will pick here, because the B team has definitely switched it up a bit with the Azir ban, with the set ban. But Engage is definitely still the name of the game. With Not Asleep picking the Wukong, you might even pick something like the Amumu right now, because then you say to the B team, hey, look, we have picked away a lot of the Engage already. What are you going to do against that?
So Hyper Carry comes in. It's Aphelios, so presumably B team will pick up a Jinx for themselves. If we're going to revert back to game number 1, and it seems like we're going to, then that's where the B team picked up their first victory. I'm sure they're happy to return back to those old stomping grounds.
I think as B team, you just pick up a Mui here. It is, it's something, oh, interesting. Or you go for the Poppy, where you're actually immediately going for the denial. You're picking it against Wukong. That is interesting, because now the Sleep Day, if you want to pick Engage, you're picking it once again into a Poppy.
Yeah, so that's going to really shape what Not Asleep are bringing out here. We haven't seen the Sona yet, but presumably we're going to be seeing it now, or it will be hitting the banned bench. Not Asleep. They made a huge use of it before, but no! It's the Karma, poke and shielding in exchange for sustain.
Okay, Not Asleep, taking away the Karma here. I mean, it does fit into your composition. Once again, also shielding for the Aphelios. It's one of those enchanter supports where we talked about before, really strong. But still something like an Ornn, there we go, was still on the table. And when you're Not Asleep right now, you want to ban away the Engage from the B team.
Right, so for the B team, as expected, the Sona will be out of here. Does make you wonder if Not Asleep will be looking to pick up any sustain later on, or just rely on the Aphelios being able to sustain himself.
If Not Asleep does not pick up another enchanter, or I should say healer support, it means that they are forgoing sustain. It means they are no longer trying to play or at least they might not try and go for the playstyle we saw in the last game where they won. Why they just want to do that dead by 1,000 cuts, and they go, no, we just we go for deep dives, we go for late game scaling, and we go for all or nothing plays.
Feels like this time round the B team are playing much more defensively with that Poppy in there to maybe have these longer team fights where Jinx can naturally get the multi-kills going rather than trying to necessarily pick anybody off. For Not Asleep, though, they're bringing out the Gragas, many times banned before. I believe this will be the first time we'll be seeing it.
Extraordinarily powerful engage, extraordinarily powerful abilities as well too, and disruption in team fights mostly. Also, yeah, you have your body slam, that can be blocked by the Poppy, but that ultimate, that casket, that explosive casket is not something a Jinx can actually protect herself against unless you have something like a spell shield or you're just really far away.
So it makes sense and Not Asleep banned out in the Morgana to keep that from happening. Lux coming in for the B team. That is something of a shielding support, but also a potential carry. One more pick coming in. Exodus, any ideas what it could be?
I would say engage. Just you need something of engage or something where you can say, hey, this is how we have a tanky support. There we go. The Rel being locked in. You can also pair with something like the Jinx. So you have a lot of protection for the Jinx. Don't forget, Lux has a shield, but also a binding. So as soon as somebody like Wukong or Gragas wants to go in, you have that disengage. You actually have that way of stalling the game even further.
So both teams bringing out new picks for this all-important game number 3. Whoever wins out here moves into the winner's position with only one more game to claim the crown. The Lulu, you called for it before. We now have 2 big shields for Not Asleep.
Lulu being picked up, that is a lot of protection being put on the Aphelios. Now, we saw this a little bit in the first game, where it's this Jinx, where it's this sort of comp around Jinx versus this comp around the Aphelios. Now with the Lulu, you can actually build a lot of AP with the Lulu, so it kind of depends. But I do believe that you still want to go a full enchant or support kind of build, and you want to buff the Aphelios. Remember that with this Lulu pick, you might also say, look, very late game on 3 to 4, maybe even 5 items, Jinx might have the advantage over the Aphelios. Well, so we do an extra stat check with the Lulu. We actually buff Aphelios a little bit more. We give him more stats. We give him more ways of breaching, of actually equalizing that gap that exists between these two at that point in time.
Well, I mean, this was a problem for the B team in the last game, is that they couldn't punch through the defensive prowess of Not Asleep. Now the B team, kind of from a certain point of view, have only really got that one primary carry. There's no Viego to act as a backup. So if the Jinx can't get it done, then nobody can.
Yeah, that's true. It's one of the most late game carries you can have. I think if you wanna top that, you need something like a Kale, which is to wait. You can try go for it, but it's super risky. Then you need at least level 16 before you're a champion on Howling Abyss. But with Jinx being picked now and having a lot of support, I still do believe that Not Asleep has drafted themselves in a more difficult to execute composition.
So, with everything we've got here, do you know, we're at the turning point of the series, as said before. Do we, are you feeling more like Not Asleep are going to be the ones to take this one back now that we're kind of reverting back to game 1?
And that's a difficult question. I would phrase it this way. If you have one pickup, one takeaway from all of this, I would phrase it this way in the next game. It is Not Asleep's game to outplay, but it is also the B team's game to stall. And what I mean by that is Not Asleep needs to make sure that they actually have these outplays, that they actually perform more aggressive in this early game and try and push these turrets' advantages as they did in the second one. And the B team just needs to do what they did in the first game, make it a long game, make it stall out, because late game you have so many tools to let the Jinx just do Jinxy stuff.
And this does bring up the question, which was kind of raised in game 1, which is that Not Asleep, they've been the strongest in the early game. But now again, they seem to be facing up against the B team with a late game AD carry of their own, which presumably, if you're the B team, this is the area you're most comfortable in, that Not Asleep presumably won't be winning the game in 10 minutes.
It shouldn't be, right? Especially with the shielding you have in the way of stalling, you should not be winning the game. Now, do remember last time the B team had a Karma to catch waves. Right now, that is no longer the case.
Aggressive start in here from the Bees as they look to lock down first blood. Not Asleep, giving as good as they're getting though. The Gragas in, everyone's starting to die, but of course, Jinx is the one who does get excited, but she's being chased away and deleted. Apparently, the early game power still resides with Not Asleep.
Oh, and this is so good for Not Asleep. You can immediately saw that they actually got out and then they said, no, we go back in. We want to push this early game advantage. We want to push these turrets very deep. And yes, you have 2 members low on the side of Not Asleep, but these first health relics should heal it up. Also, talking about healing, something I didn't talk about before, the Gragas has built-in sustain with his passive, meaning that's a champion that wants to be in the front line and can actually take quite a beating and heal back up afterwards.
Of course, we've still got to bear in mind that the B team have got the only Seraphine between the Seraphine and Sona together, Not Asleep. They're sacrificing that healing for raw shielding power. And we did see before that double shielding didn't work out tremendously well for the B team. Not Asleep apparently seem to think that they know better.
I'm looking at the B team, okay, and they want to, once again, push as much gold into this Jinx as possible. They kind of had the first push, got 2 extra kills out of that one. But what are they going to do now? Are they going to wait until level 6 to find another engage? Are they going to wait and say, hey, we need something, we need a way to just overwhelm them? Because then it will take them a little bit longer, and then you are actually once again stalling out the game, which is something the B team is happy to do.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Mirai, the Aphelios has got those 2 kills, but they haven't died yet, so they haven't spent their gold. Not Asleep, taking a little bit of the worst of that trade. Again, we know that the B team, they've got sustain, they get the kill here if they can disengage from the fight, but no, they drop a kill back across the Sammy.
They got tank for tank, engage for engage there, but it does feel like Not Asleep can try and push their advantage a little bit ahead now. But once again, a reminder, like it was last game, the B team, they're happy to take these scrappy fights. It was the reverse in the second game, it's the third game now, where the B team just says, you want to take scrappy fights? Fine, we have a Seraphine that will heal us up.
So we are in game 3 of our second ever Trovo Titans League of Legends Howling Abyss tournament. 1 game apiece so far. The B team, even if they don't win the finals, they have done something that no other team has done, and that's take a game off of Not Asleep. Given how dominant Not Asleep has been, this has been as incredibly even. We're seeing another fight breaking out though. B team, they're actually managing to keep their composure.
And now you can see one of the advantages of having a Rel in your team. It is you're so tanky, especially because Rel usually really relies on having her high base stats. It's a support. But in Howling Abyss, you get more gold generation. Remember that. So this will be an extraordinarily tanky Rel. And now she might actually go for disengage.
Chain crowd control is good, and Jera is exploded. You can't shield everybody in the team, but the punishment from Not Asleep is good too. At least we have a couple of surviving members, but for Not Asleep, they've pulled ahead.
Yeah, they definitely did. They did give the B team 2 resets, and the B team just said, we will fully commit our ultimates. Do they have wave clear enough to protect this turret now? Because you can't keep doing this. Remember that Not Asleep wants to go for dives like they do here. There's the Rallying Gates. It's a shutdown on the Aphelios, but it's definitely Not Asleep finding more and more gold advantages and more damage on this turret. Gragas stalling as long as possible, throwing that Q onto the minions to make sure Not Asleep has time to reset.
Like Wlaski The Lux for the B team picking up the triple there with 4 assists as well. Maybe we've got ourselves a double carry setup for the B team for real.
Something I want to note there, that was not a misclick from that Lux. The reason you do that is you want to clear the wave, because it gives you more time as the B team to push in. It gives you more time for your Lux who went for an execute to actually reset.
Not Asleep trying to force the play once again. They're mostly successful in doing so. Breakdance trying to pour out the damage on the Jinx, but we see you can't get the damage through all those shields. A desperation play attempt is being made. The B team, they are falling further and further behind.
This is one of those moments in the game where, you know, Not Asleep will take advantage of what just happened. They are so good at pushing their advance and transitioning a small lead into a big one. Although that being said, this Moonlight Vigil is a very big lead. Double kill for them is the Philos being able to heal. He's all alone. Execute on the Lulu. And I think Philos will definitely be taken up here, although he does so much damage. And Not Asleep keeps them busy. They have pushed into this turret and they have given their own team a chance to reset.
Look at the difference between the two AD carries now. 1 kill for Breakdance, 6 kills for Mirai on the Aphelios. This is a Not Asleep team that's building up ahead of steam. While the gold may not be too different between the squads, so much of the B team's gold is on their Lux rather than on their Jinx.
Not Asleep now, they have successfully done what they came out here to do. They have won the last team fight, almost taken down the first turret. If they can do this one more time, then they press the turret advantage so deep that they become this, that they have this leeway that they use normally to press their advantage even further and to actually go for very deep dives.
What we've established already is that the B team cannot stop Not Asleep from forcing their play through. They can only try and do enough damage. Nice Magnet Storm, but a counter-aggression from the Wukong on the bottom of your screen. The B team struggling to keep the backline alive. Nice explosive cast brings Jinx into the line of fire. Not Asleep, they are cleaning up. The Lux is left standing. We need the damage, but it's just not there.
And this advantage that the B team is now realizing, yeah, you have so much utility, you have so much healing, you have so much CC. Yes, but where's your damage? Well, Not Asleep has damage in their champions. Not Asleep can actually do that, and they have taken the first turret because of it. Your Jinx, if she needs to be protected, then she also needs to dish out the damage, and that is not the case currently.
No. It's all on Mike on this Lux to make the carry, but a shutdown does mean that Breakdance starts to come a little bit more online. Just 1 item completed right now, and no items for Mike so far. Of course, remember, just like before, all of the minion CS is being funneled into the AD carries. So Mirai is even further ahead of their opposite number than it initially appears.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a fluster for Not Asleep because the B team has just taken over this turret quite easily. Now it's going to take Not Asleep once again another good engage to push their advantage once again. We're starting to begin to see hints. Note all of the ifs in Jinx actually starting to do damage. She is an item and some junk into her inventory, into her power spike. For a power spike, she really needs 3 to 4 items.
I mean, already for Mirai on that Aphelios, they've got the shield bow completed and also the armor pen as well. A very nice way to be able to deal with Gloomy Knight's frontline tankiness. As, of course, as Tatanka style, living up to their name as best they can, building heavy armor as well.
Yeah, and that is something that I would like to see the B team actually, what they do with that. Because if you can build Rel into something that is so extraordinarily tanky that even Aphelios and the rest of Not Asleep is not able to kill it. Remember, supports, they scale off of base stats because normally they're not allowed to have good gold income. Right now that is the case. A Rel just says, I go for Abyssal Mass because the rest of my team will do more damage then.
B team managing to avoid getting engaged on there. The Cyclone has already been burned from Not Asleep, which means the B team, they've got some time to make plays of their own. They will have the mini wave evaporated very quickly, but in comes an engagement once again. Remember, there's no Cyclone from the Wukong. Nice traps to lock the Gragas in place. The tanks are being torn through. There's the laser across the bow. The Gragas is still up. Breakdance can't stay alive. Double kill for the Karma. The B team is a disaster. Not Asleep. Tear them to pieces.
They completely do, and because actually you kind of want to leave this Seraphine alive because you don't want to give her the reset. She has the Moonstone Renewer, but that's the only thing she has. Not Asleep wants to take this turret down. That's the only thing you need to do. Still decides to go for the kill. That's because now it's 20 seconds on the Seraphine. It gives you an awkward reset, and Not Asleep knows this. They actually go for a reset on the Lulu, and there you go for yet another engage. It is a 4v4, but because Euphios is so strong, he's actually winning. Look at the Lux laser not killing L9AM just yet. There's a Jinx immediately going down, and the carry for Not Asleep is definitely still alive. The Poppy goes in, but Euphios does so much damage, and nobody can stop him. The Cyclone came back from cooldown, but the Euphios was taken out as well, and now Not Asleep has been aced, but can the B team push their advantage?
This is a game where the B team need to switch who their carry is for the time being. Mike needs to start getting these CS in because they are the one generating the kills right now. Breakdance is trying their damnedest, but they're just not comparable to the Aphelios in terms of fighting power.
Once again, one of those final sparks being used on the turret. Mike Wazowski for going for the reset here as well. This is so risky because these death timers are slowly but surely increasing, and Not Asleep has all 4 members up. Although, looking at the minimap, Wukong definitely waiting for an item. I don't know what he's waiting for, but this might not be the play.
See, the B team, they are getting themselves back on the map pretty quick. The inhibitor is left open, of course, for the taking with all the towers being gone. Of course, we're looking for those big ultimates. Right now, across the board, everyone is ready to go with their own big ultimate, explosive or otherwise. Both keep each other at arm's length. The poke war, presumably, it's got to favor the B team with their sustained advantage.
An important item that has just been completed on the Wukong. After this fight, we'll tell you more about that one because the Magnetic Storm just been released. No kills being fought over just yet. Wukong going in. There's a final spark hitting 2 members. Gragas can't really do anything here. There comes the Cyclone. Reset here. Now it's a health relic actually healing up Not Asleep, but they no longer have number advantage. It's a 4v3 fight, and Jinx got excited with it. Not Asleep definitely on the defensive right now, and they know that they need to wait for 14 seconds before the rest of their team respawns.
Flash forward from Tatankaskar, looking for another kill. The B team, they're hungry to get back into this game and move themselves into a position to maybe even win the series in game number 4. Hammering on the tower, but they can't get too much done before they're pushed away.
Now actually looking to get CC on some of these important champions. Not Asleep going in, Moonlight Vigil still available, and that's actually 2 kills. The Seraphine is also down. The B team now on the defensive. Flash forward from the Karma. The Root will connect. There's the knock-up. That's a double kill. 2 members alive from the B team, and Not Asleep has 5 members pushing into this inhibitor.
The death timers are actually pretty long right now. 10 more seconds until the Sona and the Poppy come online. 20 seconds until the Jinx is back. At least there aren't any minions, but that's not going to stop Not Asleep. They're trying for even more. The Jinx is still alive, but not anymore. Explosively deteriorated as the rest of the B team come charging in. They don't have their primary carry anymore to the Bs, but they're still going to fight under the Nexus towers. The shutdown is good. They're going! The Lux is here! Blowing up everything! Mirai and the Aphelios is still alive though, and that means the danger isn't over.
No, Aphelios still trying to do as much damage as he can. Maybe he should be hitting these turrets. He did do some damage to them. These turrets have been hit, but Not Asleep knows the B team, they cannot really push. Yes, the death timers were high, but Not Asleep knows their Aphelios went for a reset, so we need to wait for him to go for another fight, but the rest of our team is here to actually stall out the game. And it feels that Not Asleep has recognized, look at the build from somebody like Wukong. A lot of damage in that build. Serpent's Fang also to deny some of these shields, while the B team relies on damage almost purely on this Jinx.
I like the reset there from Mike, because it looks like, yes, they picked up their third item now. They've got the Ludens as well as the Archangels. The B team, they need to not get run over right now because they're now down 2 members. The hammer goes wide. Not Asleep. I don't know if they can close the distance here. They've burned a lot of cooldowns already. Gloomy Knight gonna have to get away at speed. I think the B team, very grateful that Not Asleep didn't take those Nexus towers before.
Yeah, but there's a very tiny window here for Not Asleep. Remember, look how far this distance is. Not Asleep can actually try and go for risky plays, but beautiful final spark! And that is immediately Aphelios being taken out of the fight. He needs to heal up with health relics, with maybe even other attacks, but the B team has a window to go for a counter engage.
Yeah, the Aphelios has to play so far back. Keep your eyes on the Jinx and the Lux here for the B team. Mirai is still up though. All the shielding means it's almost impossible to take them down. Reset City has arrived. The Jinx is multi-hitting, but I don't think B team want to take any more. They've got themselves no support anymore. ARAM, the Gragas is gone as well. It's 1 kill apiece in front of the Nexus towers.
Remember, see how much Aphelios on Not Asleep is actually struggling to get through some of these tanky members like a Rel, like maybe even a Puppy, while the B team knows that our Jinx is doing way more damage and she can actually go to this tanky Gragas, she can actually go through some of the other tanky champions.
She's going to need to do that work though, because Mike, the Lux, is almost dead, so they're going to have to really keep their distance from these upcoming fights. Mirai, who got chunked out by the final spark before, is now back up to full health, despite the lack of any sustained champions for Not Asleep.
Not Asleep does have everything available. There comes the final spark, once again doing a lot of damage on the Aphelios, but not killing him, and that's important. Gragas surviving. Here's an engage. That actually might be the Lux going out, but there is Gragas taking so much damage. Wild Growth being used. 3-man Encore. There's actually maybe a Cyclone coming, but immediately being exhausted. The Cyclone's not doing all that much. For Moonlight Vigil, but it's a lonely Aphelios, and the Aphelios immediately being taken down. Look at the B team. That's a triple kill. That is actually the B team having scored an ace, and with the death timer so high, this surely must be inhib.
That is amazing. Mike, the hero that stepped up when the B team needed them most. 13 kills on this Lux. Only 3 for Breakdance right now. Not Asleep. I don't think they know what the hell's happening. Mike's going to reset themselves because the B team realize this isn't the end of the game. Not yet, at least.
There you have the Puppy trying to stall out the game a little bit longer, but now you can see what we saw in game 1, where Jinx is continuously out-damaging Aphelios. Not only that, as you said, this Lux is doing so much work, 13 kills, and every time this final spark hits, which has a very low cooldown, you know, Aphelios needs to get out of the fight. Wild Growth was also used in the team fight, not on Aphelios, but on the tank, meaning that that's once again a resource you do not have to let Aphelios actually do damage.
And at the end of that fight, when all of the defenses fell for Not Asleep, the Aphelios could not stand by themselves. The minion waves getting cleaned up in short order by the B team. They've got more tankiness now for the Poppy, up to 3, maybe I guess arguably 3.5 items worth of pure tanky goodness.
And remember, look at these, how these minion waves are cleared right now. It is literally just, you no longer need these Lux ultimates to clear them. You no longer need them to just zone you out or stall. 2 auto attacks from Jinx with her Ravenous Hydra. Sorry, not Ravenous Hydra, but with the I forgot the name from the... Yeah, Runans, thank you very much. From the Runans Hurricane, just clear a wave. And Not Asleep knows, how are we ever going to push this in? They were so much up in the B team's face, but now they're being pushed back slowly but surely.
Poppy Hammer.
Oh, this might be big engage.
Not Sleep. B team gonna try and push further forward, but this is very, very aggressive from the B team here. The Poppy soaks a lot of damage. Counter engage comes in. Laser blows up the front line of Not Asleep. The B team, they're going up here. The Gragas has to try and salvage. The Felios is still alive, but Reset City is coming. Breakdance goes 1v1 with the Aphelios. Who's the stronger carry? The shields are pouring in, but we will not get an answer.
And is now one of the advantages. Cleanse versus Exhaust. Oh no, Jinx has been taken down. Aphelios now trying to hit it. Takes one kill. Even going for the double. And if this snare connects, actually this might be a triple kill. Now Aphelios does so much damage. Has built-in healing with that shield bow. And these death timers are definitely growing. He wants to push on. 30 seconds on Lux. 17 seconds on Jinx. Can they take more?
I was trying to figure out if that was intentional from the B team or not, because now the Jinx has got an Infinity Edge, so they must have had a lot of money, as Sammy is going to do exactly the same thing. And this is something we're seeing a lot more in the finals than we were seeing in the preliminary stages. The teams are constantly resetting, intentionally feeding across to get back in their shop and spend their gold.
And it's so weird to say, because this is one of the longest games we've had in these past 2 days, but still, the death timers aren't high enough to just win from a single team fight. Meaning that even though you have open, well, you don't have open nexuses, but you have nexi, you have nexus turrets who are open, and Not Asleep feels that slowly but surely they won almost every fight, but can they win the game?
Certainly the Jinx, despite only having a fraction of Lux's kills, is more or less online. ARAM getting chunked down pretty hard. Again, remember, there's very little sustain to be able to bring that Gragas back up to relevance. It looks to be the B team are focusing on those Nexus towers. They are strong enough now. They can ignore Not Asleep. Rail will go down most of the way. In comes the Cyclone, but it's a defensive Cyclone from Not Asleep. This is a type of play from Not Asleep we've barely ever seen.
And they're pushed so far back. The Aphelios, so many shields are being used onto him, but it's just not enough. Double exhaust is still available in case this Aphelios does pop off, but Not Asleep, they know, look how far they're back, and with the range advantage they have, and with such a tanky Rel, this Nexus turret is taking damage, and that's damage Not Asleep was not able to put out.
It's seeming like the B team have got everything they need right now. Every time Not Asleep steps up, they get chunked! Sammy exploded! The B team, they're moving ever closer, going under the last remaining Nexus tower as everything is falling apart for Not Asleep. Their first loss of 2 tournaments is just about to become their second. Not Asleep! The Nexus is down, and we finally got a world in which it's believable that Not Asleep might not be our champions.
The B team has definitely brought their stinger to the party. Holy moly. It's just waiting it out. It's the only thing they need to do. And once again, I said this in Pick and Ban as well. They got a better composition to just wait it out and just stall the game. It was Not Asleep who needed to outplay them, and they did it right up until they were at those Nexus turrets, and then the wave clears there and you can no longer reach those Nexus turrets. Fast forward 10 minutes and all of a sudden that is something that the B team actually can do, where they don't mind that they're trying to siege 2 Nexus turrets. You have the enormous amount of range. You have Rel at a certain point, they popped a Gargoyle Stormplate. I think she tanked probably 7 turret shots and didn't even feel it.
Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. We will be heading into our Pick and Ban for game number 4 shortly, but just to touch back on that one, I loved what we were seeing there from the Bees, that they were able to adapt from what was a disappointing start for Breakdance and that Jinx. They weren't able to become the hyper carry until very late in that game. But I think we've got enough data now to say fairly confidently that if we do see a late game for Not Asleep, it's not going to be a Not Asleep win.
It very much might be a B team victory here because they just know that they found the weakness that is inherent into Not Asleep, and it's just you want to close out games fast. Well, we find ways to let the game stall as long as possible, and when it's stalling, to have something that does very well into this late game.
If we look a little bit at the damage being done in that previous game, you wouldn't necessarily expect it to be the case, but the Aphelios damage and the Lux damage were the closest comparison points. Nearly all of the damage being done by the Lux, by Aphelios and by Karma in that previous game. That in itself is kind of surprising to me. I certainly didn't notice how much damage the Karma was doing.
The Karma is doing a lot of damage, but the problem is the Karma does damage over time. So poke, yeah, poke, okay, more poke. But you have that Seraphine. You once again, it was very much a healer versus a non-healer team composition as well. And when you go into that late game, doing loads of damage and is being healed up again, that's negated. But we saw how much the B team was relying on that Lux to actually stall that game even out further. And especially some of these final sparks when they connect on the Aphelios before a fight. You don't need to kill the Aphelios, but you need to make sure that the Aphelios is not being able to dish out so much damage, and it leaves you guessing.
All right, guys, we've got a little bit of a break before our next game. So, while we are waiting, let's keep our minds and eyes sharp with Who's That Champion?
Who's that champion?
I want to say Lulu again, but it's going to be wrong.
It does look kind of Yordly, but
I know who this is. I know who this is. Yeah. Look at the ears.
They do seem very EE, but
They
I'm trying to
seem
think
very
who has...
feline, don't they?
Oh, is that a book at the bottom you're alluding to?
That might be a book at the bottom. It might
It's
be a book
Yubi.
at the bottom.
You and me, we got this.
Nicely
It was purely
done.
because of the ears. It was purely because of the ears I realized, okay, this is Yumi. Talking about Yumi, one of those champions that actually might do well in this particular composition, if where you just say, hey, maybe instead of going for the Lulu, you should go for the Yumi.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it at all. We've started to see it kind of drop out of ban priority for these teams. So, absolutely, I think that could be a big change here that maybe, helps mess things up a little bit more coming into the next game. I do wonder, though, for Not Asleep, it still does feel like they maybe need to move from something like the Aphelios to maybe an earlier game carry that can help them roll over the B team before that late game comes around.
Yeah, it's either you need to go super early where you say, hey, look, we just want to press our advantage as fast as possible. Something we haven't talked about or something we haven't seen today, which might be a very potentially good pick for... I'm wondering if I should say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. It is for Not Asleep. They had trouble pushing these turrets in. They had trouble actually committing in the mid game to some of these Nexus turrets. Ziggs is one of those champions that can actually say, look, when we're at 2 items to almost 2.5 items, as soon as we win in one of these fights, we get a little bit of a numbers advantage. I push these turrets down. I actually accelerate this type of play even further, and that this might be a good pickup in a good replacement for that Azir that is being constantly banned away. Because the Azir was one of the keys why Not Asleep was able to win all of these fights, but that's no longer the case.
All right, guys, we will be heading to pick and ban. I'm going to be away for just a moment, and of course, I'll be back with you. So I'll leave you in the hands of Exodus for now. And when we return, of course, we may well have our last game of the final. So Exodus, please take it away.
No problem. Always the awkward moment when you're waiting for the scene to switch, but it doesn't happen. There we go. Okay, let's see what Not Asleep actually has in store. Remember, the B team is so close. The B team actually knows that they are one win removed from going in. Now, Not Asleep still connecting with the flex pick, still knowing we do not want to have a Vex against us. It is just too disruptful. I imagine these first 4 bans will remain rather similar on both sides. One of the first questions that does arise, obviously, is how is the situation when it comes to enchanters and mostly healing support? And I mean, obviously, 2 picks. It is Basona and the and the Seraphine. Because especially the Seraphine has been such a good pickup. Not Asleep actually fearing the Lux more. That's interesting. We talked about it. We saw how much this Lux actually denied fights before they even began. How she put the B team into a position where Not Asleep knew, we can't really win this fight anymore. We can't really commit that this hard anymore. Okay, once again, Channel being banned away. The B team knows that they actually might still go for something like an MF pickup. Not Asleep will definitely be locking in something like a Seraphine first pick. Now, the B team needs to make the choice here. Do you ban away the Lux with the caveat that Not Asleep actually might take Aphelios themselves, or you ban away the Seraphine knowing that there is still a Sona available and that you don't have it in you then with another healing support?
All right, looks like I didn't miss too much of anything. So, let's see what Not Asleep go for number 1 pick. They certainly need to change things around. So we were discussing before, an early game approach has worked for them so far, but they've got the setback, and we know that's a big difference maker.
Yeah, the set, something Not Asleep was not able to get in these last 2 games. Actually, last 3 games, which is something... Sorry, no. In 2 of the 3 games, they didn't get set, but they won with every single set game, which is something you need to know. The B team, they actually picked the Aphelios themselves. And this is maybe Not Asleep, the B team taunting Not Asleep and saying, can you actually play Jinx?
Ooh.
Well, we're going to find out.
This seems bold from the B team. If it's a composition they know didn't work for their opposition, that the idea that they want to take it on for themselves, so the Karma coming in to ride the shielding. We've still got the Sona unpicked as of yet, and you have to imagine that's on the B team's minds.
Karma being picked up, but the B team still can actually, as you said, pick the Sona. It's a tricky one, but it's because if you pick the Sona here as a B team, you immediately have Sustain. You have that Crescendo, but you lack something that can actually jump on this Jinx. Now, the Sona being picked up, and I imagine that the B team will now want to ban away stuff that can protect the Jinx.
Right, so you called it exactly. The Lulu is removed from the field, so no double shielding there. It seems to be the Not Asleep are concerned about being engaged on, though, because their priority ban is the Amumu.
Amumu, remember, something like a MF is still available, although going for Amumu MF as the B team is very risky. It means that might be one of the reasons why they went for the Aphelios instead of the Jinx, knowing that they have double marksman in their comp, so knowing that they have the damage output. The Zeret from the B team ban, that's interesting. The B team definitely, either they're seeing something we're not, or they want to ban away these comfort picks from Not Asleep.
Yeah, that's pretty surprising. It's not been a pick that's been a major factor in our previous matches, so maybe these final 2 picks from the B team will reveal why exactly they didn't want to face up against the Xerath. They've got themselves a long-range AP of their own. Ziggs has been banned a fair amount, but the B team snapped them up.
It's exactly as we said in the pre-game lobby, where Ziggs is one of those champions when you want to push the advantage when you're on 2 items, where you can have difficulty taking down turrets or dealing damage to them, Ziggs will definitely do that. If a turret is low, you get it. I like that the B team has done this. It's actually kind of what I was thinking as well. And they said, we are going to perfect, the B team is going to perfect what Not Asleep was trying to do. But they did have to give away an Ornn for it. And Ornn, as we know, Not Asleep is going full late game with also a Vladimir pick. Wow. Not Asleep. I hope they can, if they survive, they might win these fights, but they need at least 3 or 4 items in their team composition. And the reason I'm not talking in minutes is because it's a little bit more tricky on ARAM, but they need so much gold to overwhelm the B team. But when they get there, they have enormous late game scaling.
The B team, they've got 2 different ways to force the fight now with the Rel joining the Wukong, and of course, the long-range firepower of the B team's backline. The shoe is firmly on the other foot here. Exodus, how did both of these teams make it out of this game 4 pick and bam?
This is such a I want to say it's once again what Not Asleep has done every single time. It is Not Asleep's game to win, and it's the B team who has opted into easier to execute team composition. You might say, hold up. You said the exact same opposite last time, where the enemy team had to Karma Jinx. Yeah, okay, true. Fair statement to make. No, but the reason why that's important is Not Asleep has opted into so much late game. Vladimir, Jinx, Ornn, and then even a Karma in there as well. Well, the B team says kind of what we were thinking, where, well, we'll just pick up the Ziggs because it scales better into that mid game. It will, and the Ziggs, yes, late game, it won't be able to just blow up a Vladimir, but when it comes to 2.5 items, then Vladimir is not really a match for all the poke Ziggs can put out. So I want to say that like the B team knows, look, we're just gonna perfect what you guys couldn't do.
It feels like maybe a gamble that Not Asleep can't afford to take, though, because as we said, while they've got the late game composition, late game has not worked out for them particularly well, and now they've got to face down the champion in the Ziggs, who is legendarily one of the best ARAM picks around. It's almost impossible to deny all that poke.
Yeah, and it remains a guess as to what exactly outcomes this game will be, as will the next Who's That Champion. See, I can do segues, Pete. We've made this joke a couple of times. Let's head into the next Who's That Champion. This might potentially be the final game, so let's see what production tools install for us.
Okay, so is someone kind of relaxing with a staff, a stick of some kind?
This might be 1 or 2 things, because this either looks like a mage type of character or something that throws spears. I think it's one of the 2.
Oh, that's true. I'm leaning more towards Lux here.
Yeah, I would
but
also
you could be
say
right.
Lux.
It's Lux.
It is!
Hey.
I can see what you're saying, though, with the Nidalee, though. I could see a world, absolutely, where one of the skins that production had found was, in fact, her just looking like a completely different champion in a silhouette.
Oh, definitely. It's and some of these silhouettes, the thing is, okay, one of the advantages of looking at some of these skinnier champion models is because you can clearly see outlines and you can clearly see actual models and silhouettes. While if you have bulky stuff, it's just a big black blob in there, and then you start, well, what particular blob is it going to be? Is this blob on the left? Is it just a Mordekaiser? Is it Darius? Or is it something along the lines of a Galio? It kind of all looks pretty similar.
Yes, and that's where it gets particularly tricky. But to come back into the game itself, to recognize where we are right now, we had 16 teams start off yesterday. And as of the end right now of day number 2, we are down to the 2 remaining squads. We thought that we would be seeing Not Asleep making another run through the competition and crushing absolutely everyone. We finally finally found a team that seems like they're able to match up with them and are one game away from making it official.
It's surprising because I honestly thought the way Null Sleep was advancing through the bracket, I thought, okay, this actually might be a very quick trio final, no competition whatsoever. We even tried to give them handicaps and it didn't work. All of us, and the first game, Null Sleep, but then we came into the final. All of a sudden, the B team, they won the first game. I thought, okay, good. Second game, Null Sleep won again. Like, yeah, it's just a little bit of a fluke. But then this third game really convinced me where I say, look, the B team is definitely not the underdog anymore. The B team definitely knows what they're doing. And with this particular composition as well, where it's such a risky composition from Not Asleep, I think the B team has an edge.
I mean, this is such a crazy place to be right now, one game away. Though potentially, of course, Not Asleep could turn this one back around and drive us all the way to Game 5, which of course is the whole point of having a bracket like this, to bring the very best games to the very end of the competition. We are going to be heading in just a second as our teams compete for 900 euros first place and 400 euros in second. Before things get underway, of course, we do need to associate ourselves with the smartest brain in the land. Probability Bot, are you there? Will the B team win out this and win the finals?
Calculating results. Calculating. The B team has the best outcome. Scanning Not Asleep. Hopium overload detected.
All right, we've got it. It's official. This felt like it should almost have been the other way round. The B team were the ones fighting out of the corner, but Not Asleep. They spent an entire competition not learning how to deal with a loss. Now they've got the biggest potential loss of all. They've got to try and find a way through right now. They're going in for the play.
It's crazy how much the B team actually is being forced back here when they are up against such a late game composition. The B team, their health bars are so low. Luckily, they have a Sona to try and keep them alive, but Not Asleep, even with late game picks, they want to keep the aggression on. Now, that being said, don't forget, some of these picks like an Ornn and a Karma and the set actually can go ham in these early levels. Now, the other question is, can they push the turrets? Can they push these structures? One of the advantages you have is when you're pushing these structures yourself, you don't give Ziggs the opportunity to put his passive down on some of these other turrets.
First blood to the B team. ARAM gets it back in double. Mirai rather, picking up a kill for themselves. Not Asleep. They are playing this out hyper aggressive.
Yeah, and I'm so surprised because I was really expecting the B team to take it in these first couple of minutes, but Not Asleep has just immediately gone so balls to the wall that the B team has never been able to recover. This is the first time a champion has stepped over this 50% threshold on this map, and it's because of a snowball.
We do have the B team trying to fight their way back in. Almost taking out the Sona there, who's pretty much out of gas. B team. You can see their health bars are not looking great, even with a sustained advantage. There's not a lot of damage that's actually sticking on Not Asleep.
Oh, and this is a good engage here. Vladimir with the snowball as well. Can do so much damage. Can the Sona actually keep the rest of the B team alive? Apparently she can. That's the set pool. Obviously the Rel is tanky enough. And here's once again an engage. Wukong trying to get in there, but he gets snared and he almost gets killed. There's the punch from the set, finishing off the kill. But these trades back and forth, I don't know for who takes the advantage out of them. You accelerate the game, which is better for Not Asleep, but you also deny the B team to get them kills.
Yeah, for the time being, it feels like B team, as much as they've been taking a clobbering in the early going, they are managing to fire back. They've got the very small gold advantage right now, though notable that Mirai has got the kill advantage and the CS advantage right now to keep on scaling up.
It's so weird because I really wasn't expecting this. Call of the Forge God being used as well. There you get the knockups, Brittle Stacks not being procced, but once again, not asleep, trying to go for the death by 1,000 cuts on this first turret. Now remember, this time they have a Jinx who actually has a long range, like she has a lot of range, who might actually go for some of these pock shots on the turret.
Whoa, Mirai is blown up. The B team, they've got the engage and they're not afraid to use it. Charging in, Cyclone, nice showstopper, but ARAM actually puts themselves into the line of fire. Big Crescendo will lock down the Vladimir Hemo play coming in. That big damage amp means the B team are in peril. Double kill for Vladimir. B team, they step pretty damn far. Sammy has no more pool to hide in. The rocket from off screen gets a kill back, but not asleep. That's 2 kills now for Mirai's Jinx.
And it's just trading kills back and forth, which means more gold generation, which, as I said, is actually better for Not Asleep. Also, don't make the mistake we saw last time when an Ornn was in game, and somebody was playing up against an Ornn. Don't try and overcommit on that champion early on, because he is extraordinarily tanky.
Just like last time round, our teams are resetting. Both of the AD carries, just with the Kraken Slayer right now, and even the boots advantage for Breakdancer, so they may not have the 4 kills, but they do have 7 assists. That's at least keeping them competitive for now.
Not Asleep, they have actually protected their turret against a Jinx and a Sona, which is bonkers. Yes, the gold is even, but you don't need to look at the gold in ARAM. That's not important. You need to look at the minimap, and you need to look at these structures.
Another brawl breaking out in the mid. Notable here for the B team is that most of their kills so far have been on the Wukong, as opposed to Not Asleep getting those 4 kills onto their Jinx.
Not Asleep actually trying to push up and then trying to see if they can get the B team a little bit deeper in. All the ultimates are available, so especially with this Call of the Forge God, that is something that the B team will struggle with.
What I'd love to see the B team go for here, especially out on the Vladimir, is to try and actually chase them down. Because if Vladimir is trying to use his pool defensively, he's tremendously less scary, considering how long the cooldown on that pool is.
Not Asleep, just waiting, and this is actually what they want to do. Like, they are now catching the wave, funneling it into their Jinx, but what they're also doing is making sure that the B team is not able to push in this wave even further. So the B team, they're not in the best of spots. Remember, if this goes to a 30-minute game, that's so much better for Not Asleep, and then we're just straight at the start. Then we're just straight at where we started. They need to go back to the drawing board.
So B team, for the time being, as you mentioned before, you know, what we have got for the B team is the ability to knock down towers with Aphelios, and of course with the Ziggs execute with a satchel charge. If B team can start actually getting some ping damage in, then they might be able to start gaining that all-important ground.
Oh, here comes the Call of the Forge God being used for Shando's available. Knock up on the Wukong. There's a Vladimir Hemo play. Magnetic Storm being used, and it's just hitting the front line. But Jinx might get her first excited. She gets it with the zap, and now she gets excited. There is one other member low. It's the Aphelios. That's a carry gone from the B team, and Not Asleep has not really lost anybody yet. No damage available for the B team. Ziggs is also quite low on Mema, and Not Asleep will go for this third bite. Magnetic Storm used already, meaning that Jinx can just free hit, and this rally is taking so much damage already. The Vladimir now going for cleanup tools, but this might be a pentakill for the Ziggs.
Mike steps up for the B team, just as they did in the previous game. What an absolute freaking hero. They'll be able to reset themselves here and spend their wads and wads of cash.
Let's see actually what those wads of cash are worth when it comes to items. Mythics being bought here. Now Ziggs is buying Leon the Stormont, but the B team doing their first bit of damage on this turret, and it will stay with a bit of damage on this turret.
So if this goes like last game, Mike will prop up the B team until Breakdance Kill comes online. But I am worried here. Not asleep. That Jinx is so explosive that I wonder if B team can actually hold on long enough to have a relevant carry. Another tower dive.
Another turret dive, first turret actually being taken up, and L9 ARAM doing so much work, and the B team, they can feel that they have bitten a little bit too much. They have bitten off more than they can chew. Not asleep. Oh, the Call of the Forge God is still available, getting an up, doing damage. The B team has the Sona to try and heal them up. But Not Asleep has so much damage, and because there are already have been so many kills in this game, Vladimir goes in, goes gold and goes in the pool, and that is Raw going down.
This is not looking good for the B team. They lose the inhibitor tower as well. Mirai is up, getting excited. It may have been a major mistake to give the Jinx across. Mirai is getting the recess. Breakdance can't close the distance. I think this looks like it could easily be Not Asleep getting the equalizer soon.
With the inhibitor falling, this is Not Asleep pushing their advantage so much. They still have all their structures very, very healthy. And this Vladimir is starting to scale 8 and 3. This Jinx is starting to scale. And the rest of the B team knows that they won't be able to catch up with them.
Let's check in our carry watch here for Not Asleep. So, we've been paying a lot of attention to Mirai on this Jinx, but maybe not enough attention to I Am Sammy on the Vladimir. That was one of the big surprise picks coming in, and they have actually been the biggest hitter for Not Asleep.
Yeah, and it's amazing how much damage you can dish out with that champion, but it's also the fact that you draw so much attention towards yourself. And we can also kind of see that with the Vladimir is one of those hyper carries at the moment for Not Asleep. He can actually get backline access, which is something that Not Asleep was struggling with before.
Yeah, and combine that as well with the set who's providing such a ludicrous level of disruption. The B team, each time they're struggling to get away, Facebreaker is good. B team trying to run at speed. Aphelios staying on the back line. They're pumping out a good amount of damage. They're not dead yet. Showstopper brings it under the tower, but I think B team have got the turn here. Breakdance picks up the kill, and B team do not lose any more territory.
No, what the problem is, what do they gain? They don't lose any territory, but after a while they need to start making some gains, and because Not Asleep has not really finished anything off here. Remember, Ornn is starting to level. Ornn is starting to maybe get some of these ornaments, and then all of a sudden it becomes really scary for the B team.
So we're 12 minutes in. We are officially out of Not Asleep's comfort zone. We know that certainly on paper, they've got the champions to rule the late game, but we haven't seen any evidence so far in the competition that they can actually do it.
Still waiting for the B team to either pull a miracle out of their hat or actually have a good engage, have an ace where they can completely push their advantage. Remember that we are not there yet. Not Asleep is not in a position where they are unbeatable, but the B team needs to find something where they can just say, bam, now we have an ace and we push our advantage so deep, we take so many structures that we turn it around completely.
The B team very much aware that we've got 2 carries for Not Asleep squad to just 1 for the Bees. The Rocket does finish the job. Sammy is tearing up the fight all by themselves. Double kill for Vladimir. Gloomy Knight is gone as well. Under the tower goes Not Asleep. Triple kill for the Vladimir. I Am Sammy takes the ace and the MVP. Not Asleep. They will go 2-2 with the B team.
Yeah, the B team not being able to find it with Not Asleep going for a huge gamble, and I mean a huge gamble, but it pays off straight away. And it's just dauntlessness, fearlessness from Not Asleep that actually won this game.
Oh boy, it really felt like, just compositionally, this was a step too far for, I think any real chance of a win there for the B team. It just, it just felt like not asleep. As soon as they started getting those resets on the Jinx, there was just nothing the B team could do.
No, and Jinx is just such a strong champion when you can actually funnel so much gold into her. And it means that you need to go back to the drawing board. And to go back to the drawing board, I think we all need it. We are going to jump into a small 10-minute break, give these teams some time to recuperate and give us some time to recuperate as well. See you guys after the break with definitely the final and last game today here at the Trovo Titans.
Who's that champion? It's Yorick.
The beyond awaits you.
Welcome back to the Trovo Titans League of Legends ARAM edition. My name is Counterfeit, joined by Exodus, and at the end of this next game, we will have ourselves a champion team, 2 games apiece. Exodus, we did not expect the finals would go this way.
We did not expect the finals to go this way at all. We did not expect for it to go back and forth this much. And especially when I saw that draft, I saw the draft from Not Asleep, and I thought, okay, this feels a little bit like it. Excuse me, we've been going for quite some time, as you can hear from my voice as well. But I saw the draft and I thought, wow, Not Asleep, this is almost a desperation move. But then in the end, they just pulled. Not in the end. Like from minute one, as soon as they went for their first engage, they just said, we're with a typical aggression, we're never letting go, and we keep on trying to outmaneuver them. And all of a sudden they accelerated the game so quickly that gold just kept on growing, and that gold lead, and it just kept on growing, the gold generation. All of a sudden it was okay, Vladimir has 3 items, Jinx has 3 items, Ornn is starting to build some of these ornaments, and the game was kind of unwinnable at that point from the B team.
I mean, we knew that Not Asleep had some powerful picks coming in. We knew the set was good, we knew the Ornn was good, we knew the Jinx was good, we even knew that Karma was very good as a kind of hidden secondary carry. But the Vladimir felt like that was the big missing piece for the Not Asleep comp that made them, as you said, take the fight to the B team from the very beginning and then just pull away.
Yeah, and that pulling away is actually really important for Not Asleep, because they continue to, throughout this final, they had one problem, and that was finding backline access. But with the Vladimir, they actually found it. Vladimir with Snowball, it pulls towards your backline, and suddenly, yes, you have an Aphelios, yes, you have a lot of damage, but you know that, oh, I can't really shred anymore through the front line because I have that mage that is tanky and that will just blow me up if I don't kill him now. So the rest of the team needs to commit and needs to be worried about this Vladimir, but he can also just pull away. So then all of a sudden you're standing there almost with your pants down, and you know, oh no, the enemy team has the advantage in the next fight.
So let's look across to the B team. They picked up the Aphelios that have mostly been played by Not Asleep up until that point, but also the Ziggs as well. It felt like they had a pretty solid team composition, but it just didn't really ever come together.
It didn't really come together. I'm extraordinarily surprised, and I think I speak for the both of us, when they didn't up into picking the Jinx themselves and they went for the Aphelios. I think that was still a mistake. They maybe should have stuck with the Jinx. They might have had some PTSD from game 2 where they lost with the Jinx, but besides that, Jinx always did well and has that extra range, and Jinx is one of those champions that you do so much damage, and because of your range, you might be able to stay a little bit more out of range from that Vladimir.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what you mentioned there. So the only time Jinx lost so far in the finals has been in game number 2, where we had a rather unusual setup there with kind of Camille functioning as the front line for the squad. Do you think right now, from where you're sitting, who do you see as the biggest priority champions for each team?
Biggest priority champions, definitely Jinx, definitely now that Vladimir, because we can see because it's that last final pick, we can see what it can do. And I also actually want to say that Set is the champion that every time, not asleep. Need to make sure I don't fall asleep here. I think that won't happen as soon as we jump into this final. But as every time Not Asleep has picked that Set, it is so good at those engages. It's so good at setting up team fights for yourself and for your team that it's such a menace to deal with. Also, with Set, you can play aggressive early on, and that's exactly what Not Asleep wants.
Yeah, I mean, that ability to store up damage and get it back as the shield. It feels like so many teams are not set up to deal with that well. It sounds like we have got pick and ban ready. This will be our last pick and ban of the competition. And as we said before, the picks coming in now, they could determine which team walks away with first place as Vladimir, respect ban of the century.
Yeah, that is not a surprise there that the B team immediately opted to ban out the Vladimir along with the Syndra. Similar position, Syndra can just blow up some of these carries. Now it does mean that the B team has first pick, and it kind of forces Not Asleep to either ban out the Seraphine or maybe even ban out the Jinx. This is still a game where we might see two completely different, well, not completely different, but where we might see different compositions because of these swaps and bans.
Big choice for the B team here, as she said. Set has been a huge thorn in the side of the B team squad, and I just don't know if they've got any kind of solution to that Set. That showstopper is absolutely nasty, but they're leaving it for the taking. It was first pick for Not Asleep before. Azir, at least, will not be part of the Not Asleep lineup.
Also, looking at the B team here, now might be the time to actually force Not Asleep into picking something else or just taking away the Set. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with this move. Taking away the Set, forcing Not Asleep. Hey, do you want to pick the Sona now? Fine. If you pick the Sona, we might actually opt into our own Ziggs or Jinx.
I'm wondering though if Not Asleep might just pick up the Sona and the Jinx for themselves at this point, given how high priority they've been.
Definitely an option here. Not Asleep picking the Jinx themselves. That's kind of what we're expecting. The thing is, are they going for healing supports? We have seen in this best of 5, Not Asleep favoring enchanters, favoring stuff like the Karma over stuff like the Sona. And with the Wukong pick, I want to say it's a little bit surprising. I would have opted for Karma here if I was Not Asleep.
Yeah, trying to keep the Jinx as safe as possible. Of course, we have seen it from the tournament, though. That is another approach to keeping your Jinx safe. Is just make sure that you're the one starting the fight as opposed to the other squad.
Does leave the B team open with more flexibility. Now they can actually pick their comp as they want. The problem that they still have is that Jinx has been picked away. And they'll last leave the Ornn open. Okay, so you have late game scaling, but that Ornn is very late game scaling with the ornaments. What I don't see from the B team yet is who is going to be their AD carry, who is going to be their late game scaler. Because Not Asleep, I think what you want to do here is just ban the Aphelios away.
Yeah, they've got that opportunity to do so. B team, they very deliberately did not choose their AD carry before this second ban phase. Of course, we've seen how effective the Gragas can be at playing disruptive. So what should we be expecting for the second half?
I get why you ban away Misfortune, but I actually still do think you should ban away the Xayah. Because with the Xayah, that is something that the B team can now pick. Not Asleep saying, okay, the Aphelios is gone, the MF is gone. But remember, the MF, you already have a Wukong. Trundle has been banned away, but there are other options where you can just immediately interrupt that Misfortune. You can just pick away the Amumu. You can go for a Poppy. I think picking an Amumu here for Not Asleep wasn't a bad idea, and then still opting for that Xayah ban. Now they just went with even more protection on the Jinx, which does mean that if the B team has something that can jump on that Jinx, then it means that Not Asleep is in a worse position.
All right, so B team You knew that you weren't going to take the same approach to this game as you have so many others. What's the mystery? These last two picks reveals the B team's approach for this last grand finals game.
Oh, this is something I wasn't expecting. The Sivir, now all of a sudden the B team has loads of engage, and now all of a sudden the game has kind of turned around. Now, not asleep, kind of banking on that late game. B team, this final pick, I'm curious, but it doesn't really matter all that much. It is the Orianna that has been banned out continuously against him. I really like what the B team has done there. Not asleep is going to have difficulty in that early to mid game.
Yeah, and that means that B team's mid laner Mike, who has been the emergency carry, has got the chance to make a big impact for Not Asleep, though it seems like they've got in mind building their front line a little bit more.
Alistar being locked in as well. That is frontline and just engage, but it literally comes back to the original storyline where it's the B team who I believe has drafted a better composition and something that is easier to execute, but Not Asleep has something that can outplay the B team. Now, this particular thing has happened 4 times already. I want to say 3 times because there was game 2 where I do believe the B team kind of with the Camille pick could have done something else in there, and that was one of the main reasons why they lost. But Not Asleep here, if they outplay the B team, all of a sudden it looks like they win the game. But the problem is, it's such a coin flip for them. Once again, yes, a last game it was also a coin flip, which landed very early and very definitively on their good side. But right now, it can do the completely opposite.
So for both of our teams here in the last game of the Grand Finals, they have guaranteed they'll be walking away with 400 euros. Whichever team wins out this single game on the Howling Abyss will more than double their prize, up to 900 euros. And of course, the biggest stash of Titan points as well. I put it to you, Exodus, last time round, Not Asleep took control of the game from the very beginning. Is that on the cards for them here in Game 5?
There is an opportunity, especially with that Orianna and that Ord, and they have the set as well. So I actually want to see the B team do exactly the same as Not Asleep did last game. From minute 1, do not give them an inch, and as soon as you get into a favorable position, you can control the game longer, and you can actually scale quite well.
We haven't seen a ton of Sivir being played. Compared to the Jinx, we don't have that same kind of reset mechanic. But as you mentioned, the On the Hunt does give the whole team the ability to scoot backwards or forwards at great speed. Are they doing the same kind of things for both squads, the Sivir and the Jinx?
No, they're actually 2 different things. The Jinx is, as you know, just dealing a lot of damage late game and having a long range. Sivir, not as long range, but what she does bring is, yes, she can deal a lot of damage, but she needs to get a little bit closer. The other part of her is she can poke early on, and she can clear these waves. Remember, Sivir can just throw a boomerang and just use 3 of her ricochets, and all of a sudden, bang, the minions are gone. That's something that Not Asleep should not be able to deal with early on. So I'm expecting, even though Not Asleep is up against an Ornn, I kind of expect that Not Asleep will do better when it comes to 3 or 4 items.
All right, this, of course, again, will be our very last game tonight. To, of course, keep your eyes out for the Brawl Stars competition starting in just a couple of days. Should be absolutely fantastic, but both of our teams have given us absolutely everything to get here. B team giving Not Asleep not only their first loss, but their second as well. And now bringing it out a different approach for game number 5. I really hope this one goes long. Our Grand Finals Game 5 is about to begin. Let us know in the chat who you are here for, because this will end the night.
Snowballs being used, immediately you have the knockups there, good little chunk of damage, Not Sleep trying to go on aggressive, but Set flashing forward, so aggressive here. Not Sleep needs to be on the defensive, Set already so low, but there's potentially the stun from the Alistar. Ornn tanky enough to deal with it, but look at this Jinx, she cannot really connect these auto attacks, and immediately the B team has done what we expected. The B team wants to play aggressive, but Not Sleep, that's definitely their playing field.
Something I suppose we kind of didn't even talk about yet is, while we've not got the immediate reset power with the Sivir, the disc toss able to do a ton of damage first, but to Not Sleep though. The health bars are low, charging in double kill on the Wukong. Breakdance is almost dead under the tower. Triple kill is good. The crowd control at least gets something back for Mike, but the B team come a cropper early on.
I don't know how they keep doing it. Like, Not Sleep every time when they shouldn't, or at least on paper when they shouldn't, they continue to win these level 3 in this case, these level 3 fights. And now I know L9 ARAM stalling so much and actually tanking the wave a little bit longer. That's definitely a mistake from the B team, because Not Sleep has just gotten all the breathing and wiggle room they needed.
So the big difference here is that Among Us TFT, 3 kills and already the Moonfire Blade in there for the Wukong. They are going to hit really freaking hard for Not Sleep. Whereas for B team, a lot of that gold actually went onto the Karma instead of their carry.
That is not a bad thing. As we mentioned a couple of times, the Karma dealing out a lot of damage, especially when she gets all a lot of cooldown. But remember that the B team, if they can't really push up, that's what we were expecting. They have the Orianna, they should be able to control some of this stuff. They should be able to have that wombo combo and deep engage. But to do that, you need to be able to push out a wave. And if Not Sleep is not allowing them that opportunity.
But at least the B team, as you can see here, they got themselves some pretty substantial poke. Pistolor is pumping the damage in, and there's no sustain from Not Sleep apart from, of course, the relics to keep them in lane. With B team pushing out, maybe Not Sleep won't even have access to their second relic.
Now, not having access to those relics will be huge. Remember, no healing available from both of these teams. It's a beautiful engage. There's immediately Ornn going down. Ultimates will be hit now by Not Sleep. The same cannot be said for the B team, as the Sivir needs to find safety. Shockwave is available, but it does feel that Not Sleep still does not want to give the B team an inch.
So double shielding on Not Sleep, and that Alistar engage. Very hard to deal with as ARAM goes between towers, pops the ult straight away. Shockwave pulls 2 back in. This is going to clean up from the Sivir, but the Jinx does pick up a kill on the tail end. Breakdance is doing their carry impression as well. Nice Forge God to set up the play. Shockwave is good. The Jinx is gone as well. Double kill for the Orianna. Sammy gets deleted, and B team, they've got a free tower to take right after the ace.
Oh, Not Sleep going way too deep there. One of the issues they had is you're diving against an Orianna. And I get it, you have an Alistar, you have a Wukong, you've all hit level 6. It's not a 5v5. But it's an Orianna. You do not want to do that. You just know she's going to put her ball on a safe spot, stick on that, wait on that spot, and all of a sudden, bam, your dive has just been denied.
Langus going to go in hyper aggressively, getting knocked up and deleted. It seems like both teams are prioritizing getting those resets in to get those first items completed over necessarily making too much ground objective-wise.
I think Not Sleep, what they're trying to do here, and what we saw Among Us TFT do there, is just, okay, that turret is almost gone. We are going to suicide run into that turret until it's gone. Now, it didn't really connect. Remember that without, especially so early, without the minions there, these turrets have a lot of extra resistances. But Not Sleep trying to risk it, and once again, it's Not Sleep making or going for these high risk, high reward plays.
Alistair goes for the engage once again. The B team struggling to deal with the Cyclone into the backline, knocking up the carries again. Shockwave just to pull the Wukong away. And somehow, nobody dies.
Yeah, but the B team goes quite low, while Not Asleep is actually happier with the state of their health bars. Now, that being said, they don't really have any more resources in the form of ultimates. They only have the Unbreakable, which is nice, but is not going to make a difference. And looking at the B team, their ultimates are coming back.
Forge God is coming through once again. Nice triple knockup. ARAM on the Alistair trying to buy some space for Not Asleep to reset the fight. The Alistair is low, but again, no casualties. All the shielding seems like it's keeping any decisive plays from sticking.
I'm just waiting here until... it's probably going to be Not Asleep, because it has been Not Asleep for the past 4 games. But for them to literally pull the trigger and try and go for this ace. Now, do keep in mind that the ultimates... Ooh, that was almost a good final spark, but the spell shield denied it. That Not Asleep can just completely...
Shockwave!
Beautiful Shockwave, though. The Alistair snowball kill!
I think we're starting to have it borne out for us that the set was the real power of Not Asleep in so many of these games. In the hand of Gloomy Knight, they're able to set up again. Jera being tower dived in the middle. Good knockup, but the Jinx is getting some reset power in as well. The tower is gonna fall, but firing off the rocket leaves them vulnerable to the Orianna.
Yeah, the B team knows, they have recognized what the win condition might be. Look at this Sivir as well. She's taking a lot of CS, and this is kind of when Sivers are really strong. He also killed Sammy. That's amazing. I want to see what Breakdance actually buys here. Goes for the Sheen, probably wants to go for, yeah, exactly, wants to go for the Essence Reaver, because he knows if he doesn't have mana issues, he will be way stronger. Look at the gold differences. That is an enormous amount of gold, not only being funneled into Breakdance, but also into the Orianna.
The tower is almost gone, as you said before, but it's not quite gone. Among Us is going to have to pay the price for getting the objective back. Jera, not so mobile, will be hunted down and fed to the carries. Double kill for Mike, who again is coming through huge for the B team.
It does kind of feel that one of the advantages the B team has right now is the way the gold is divided. Now the Sleep gold-wise, oh, beautiful Shockwave, by the way.
Catches 3 between the towers goes Gloomy Knight. B team, they have learned about how to play the game from Not Asleep. They are the ones laying down the aggression, and it's paying off big.
And they are definitely not dealing with this Ornn effectively. This tier 2 turret is under so much pressure and he's actually already lost half of his HP. This set, look at how much he's healing, look at how much he can do. The rocket does a lot of damage but doesn't even kill him. And this means that the B team keeps on fighting. To what I was about to say, look at the way these kills are divided. Yes, you have a lot of kills all for the Wukong, but that's not where you want them when you're Not Asleep. But the B team, they have so many kills on both of their carries.
Oh my gosh. The reset time for Breakdance. They get another kill and get that Essence Reaver you were talking about before. So we check in on the board here. So we've got 2 carries on either side. You've got Wukong and we've got Jinx from Not Asleep. Shockwave landing. Mike, looks like they're trying to sell their life dearly. They mostly do, but the Jinx is going to get the double kill and reset. B team might have been a little too successful with getting killed.
I think what the idea there was try and stall, try and make sure that Not Asleep actually needs to go for all ins here, but that might not have been the best play because look how deep Not Asleep can actually commit. This tier 2 turret might fall. Call the Forge Gods. Yeah, you're getting the Jinx, but she has so much protection, and with this dive, it does mean that this tier 2 turret will fall. You now have an open inhibitor, and Not Asleep suddenly turned it around.
They're not asleep. They've got a whole heap of momentum. They're going to go in between the towers as well. They are not afraid to die, and they're not afraid to grab themselves a whole heap of kills. B team, they've respawned, and while it's an even trade so far, final spark across the squad, but we can't deny the set getting up in your business. Double kill, make it a triple, and B team, you can see them pinging. They've got a date with the not asleep inhibitor.
Remember that I'm looking at all of these items. I'm seeing that you have a Jinx who is building towards your third item, which is very good for not asleep. And there is another point that's really important as well. This is a position that when not asleep has been in, they have never lost. It is where, well, they've lost one time, and that was against the Jinx. That was the main reason. Against the Jinx and against a Lux. This time Not Asleep said, we will take the Jinx, we will take the Lux, and we will get you into a point where you have Nexus turrets open that we can start attack and we can start pushing in these waves. Not Asleep is in such a good spot. This is the beer. If you're a fan of the B team, you should be shivering in your beehive.
Well, beehive. Well, at least for the B team, they are pretty close to the ornament stage, so that's going to at least prop them up for a little while longer. No progress being made towards the tower at all. Not Asleep have demonstrated for us multiple times how good their engage is. They're faking it out this time round, trying to burn those crucial defensive cooldowns.
Not Asleep. I like what the B team is doing here. They do not want to give Not Asleep the edge of being pushed up so far. It does give you a disadvantage because now you can have a double engage from the Wukong.
Among Us gonna be Shockwave, but that's only one member. ARAM though could be in trouble. Shockwave brings him back into the team. Showstopper. My mistake. Might be chased out though. Not Asleep. They've got Reset City. They gave Not Asleep the Jinx, and now they may not get the chance to live to regret it.
Oh, that was a crit.
In comes Miro. Breakdance kill is gonna be run down. It's Jinx all day, every day. Not Asleep get the ace, and they are on to the Nexus Towers. I don't think there's anything B team can do.
It's 5 seconds on the Karma. It's an exposed Nexus. Can he be able to finish it? That is desperately trying to reach her. That's just Shockwave. Shockwave, the Jinx is down. The Alistair goes down. But it's enough. They did it!
It took 5 games and the collapse of the Not Asleep winning spree. But after one hell of a run, we have ourselves 2-time champions.
They didn't do it undefeated. They really had to fight for it. They really kept it tight right up until the end. Well, very well deserved from Not Asleep. It is the second time they have won this tournament, and it's also the second time they go home with 900 euros and a whole bunch of title points.
Absolutely amazing stuff. It really felt like the B team gave Not Asleep a huge run for their money there, but as good as the set was, you can't help but look back at regret and not picking up that Jinx straight away. Let's take a look at how the whole tournament broke down though, before we get into details on Game 5.
I'm not going to repeat all of these teams again, but yeah, you can see how it all went down. It was definitely a fight for survival. It was a fight to be the winner, and Not Asleep has done it again. They did find their match. I think that's a very fair statement to make in the B team, but the B team, maybe if they had played in summer, they had a little advantage, but I can tell you when the nights are getting cold, and that means that's not some environment B's thrive in. Now let's take a look at the final results, because let's see how all of these points, and especially this prize pool, is dispersed against all of our contenders.
As we saw there, the B team and Not Asleep were competing to double their cash payout. It's Not Asleep, as you said, who take the top spots again, but nobody leaves this competition with nothing. Even though the people who were locked out in the first round still got 50 euros for the squad. So hopefully we'll be seeing a whole lot more of them, because as you said, the B team did so well. They were the team who didn't manage to go 3-0 in their semi-finals, so you would think, based on just that, that the finals wouldn't be remotely as close as it was.
And the B team also did it well in some of these drafts. I know I sometimes criticized Nautilus people. I didn't really criticize them because they went for huge risks every time, but it paid off. And that's exactly what we saw as well. But the B team wanted to play very consistently. And in the end, sometimes these high risks do pay off into high rewards.
The B team, they posed the question to us, can anyone handle the Jinx? And apparently the answer was no. But that is going to bring us to an end here today in the second ever League of Legends ARAM tournament here in the Trovo Titans. It does not, however, bring it to the end, the Trovo Titans competitions. The Brawl Stars starting up in just a couple of days. So definitely go and check that out if you have any interest in playing some mobile fantastic esports. For now, though, unfortunately, we'll have to bid you goodnight. My name has been Counterfeit, joined by Exodus, and backed up by the best production team around. It's been our honor to be with you here today. We'll hopefully see you again down the line.